Honorable Amber Canosbach-Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 8 that answered roll call and 16 did not answer roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Uvilla. With that, colleagues, looks like we have 4, actually 8 members on the call. Good afternoon, colleagues. With that, let's go ahead and continue on down. It looks like
Where?
if you could mute your phones, colleagues or individuals that are on call. Thank you. Looks like we had a this morning. Looks like staff recognized that Honorable Paul Begay did have do the invocation for the day at the Health Education Human Services Committee meeting this morning. So we'll go ahead and refer to that invocation. Thank you very much, Honorable Begay, for doing that invocation for us for the day. So let's go ahead and continue on down. Again, before we go into the topics, there's a portion of this, so we're gonna recognize on our agenda is at this time is recognizing guests and visiting officials. Colleagues, are there any recognitions at this time?
Mr. Chair, this is Honorable Daniels.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Daniels. Floor is yours on recognition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Naabik'íyáti committee members, Senegis Koto Sinata, Arid staff, Arid Koto, Beskahanski, Koto, Daimash Plagi, Arunana Koto. I just want to thank Koto, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Koto, and the other day, in the Friday, there was a signing ceremony for Utah Water Rights Settlement Agreement, where Utah Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Senators, representatives, staff, I think that was on the way from the Secretary of the Interior, Deb Holland, and also from the Navajo Nation, you got Navajo Nation President, Vice President, that attended the signing ceremony at that time, I presented a Navajo blanket to Senator Mitt Romney, along with my colleagues, Delegate Rick Nance, Delegate Phelan, and Delegate Raymond Smith, Vice Chair. Delegate Charlene So, from the Office of the Speaker. I just want to say thank you, my colleagues, legislation, the regarding Utah Water Settlement Agreement. I want to thank also the former Navajo Nation Council delegate David Filford for introducing the Quishin legislation, the civil legislation during the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. So I just want to say thank you to the 24th Council, the Office of the Speaker. I just want to say thank you. And to my chapters, the Utah chapters, all the Utah chapters, the Navajo Utah Commission as well, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. That, colleagues, we go back to the floor. Any other further recognitions at this time? One twice. Any further recognitions of guests or visiting officials at this time? One, three times. That, let's go ahead and continue on down. I do have our next item, number 3, work session topics. Again, there was a request to have Naabik'íyáti committee work session, colleagues, and this was under item number A, under 3A actually, introduction and purpose of today's work session. And again, this is just a presentation request that was given to the Office of the Speaker. So that's the reason why we're here at the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And this is an update and discussion on the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, specifically on the Hardship Assistance Program distribution. So we'll go ahead and hear from Madam Controller at this time. This update report is coming from the Navajo Nation Executive Branch. So again, we do have 2 presenters on the agenda. One is from Madam Controller, and the second one, we did reach out to Office President, Vice President, Mr. Paul Chacos, the Chief of Staff. Maybe they might have more of the individuals or some further agents that they might have on the line to help assist in the presentation. From that point on, we'll go ahead and open up the floor for discussion and comments, and then if there's any recommendations too as well after that. So without further ado, let me go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to the Navajo Nation well, hold on up. Mr. Rico just indicated, Mr. Rico, you sent out a document to the actually an updated written report at 1:14. Is that correct? All my colleagues, all the colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Good afternoon, Speaker. That is correct. I sent it out at 1:14, and it's it's labeled NABI Work Session ARPA Hardship Checks Update, and it's basically a PDF provided by the Controller's Office. That file is labeled ARPA Status Report, June 6, 2022. Mr. Speaker.
Okay. And I guess are we also, is Mr. Elray Nelson on the line? The Speaker's Office Communication Director.
Speaker, he's here in the chambers.
Are we ready to go to live?
He said they're good to go.
All right. Well, colleagues, again, this was a suggestion that we just have our work session have our work sessions running just on YouTube, Vimeo, and on Facebook. But we needed to get this information out further. So I'd like to thank the communications team, the speaker's office, Mr. Elray Nelson, who has put together too as well. Good afternoon to everyone that's listening in on KTNN, KGAK, NTU, and Dene College Radio at this time as well, so that everybody will be listening in across the nation, going live now on the radio. So again, Yate, good afternoon, everybody. We are going to have this is the Speaker of the Navajo Nation, Seth Damon. We are going to turn the floor over at this time to Miss Elizabeth Begay, who's a Navajo Nation Acting Controller. She's going to be doing a presentation update on and discussion on the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. So, Madam Controller, floor is yours at this time.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you for allowing us to do a report on the ARPA Hardship Assistance Program. And good afternoon to all the members of the NABI committee and everyone connected to this meeting. We are happy to present before the NABI committee the ARPA Hardship Assistance Program status report. Just for background information, the Navajo Nation Council appropriated $557 million to assist 345,000 enrolled Navajos, adults, minors, and seniors that were negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. So as of today, June 6, 2022, out of the 345,000 budget to assist enrolled Navajos, we already assisted 319,894 enrolled Navajos. And that translates to $531,397,200. That is over $500 million in hardship assistance given to enrolled Navajos impacted by COVID-19. So based on the budget of $557 million, there's still available money left of $25,602,800. And based on the budget of $345,000 to assist, there's still available money to assist 25,106 Navajos. That's based on the budget. The breakdown of the actual disbursements for adults, we assisted 242,472 enrolled adults and seniors. And for minors, we assisted 77,422 minors. For adults, the amount assisted total to $484,944,000. And for minors, the amount of assistance given was $46,453,200. Also, on the breakdown of the 319,894 enrolled Navajos that have been assisted to date, 311,041 enrolled Navajos were previous CARES hardship recipients. Those hardship recipients from last year, the CARES fund automatically qualify for ARPA assistance. They don't need to apply. And we assisted to date, again, 311,041 enrolled Navajos. out of the 319,894 Navajos that we assisted today. So the difference, 8,853 hardship recipients, they're the new enrolled or new applicants, meaning they were enrolled Navajos, but they did not apply for CARES assistance, but applied for ARPA assistance. So those are the new recipients of hardship. And the breakdown of the CARES recipients that have not received ARPA assistance, the one that we are still working on issuing their checks because they automatically qualify for ARPA because they were previous CARES recipients. There's still 6,500 of them that were trying to resolve their issue. There's the address issue that we are trying to resolve and the CIB issue. There's over 2,000 enrolled Navajos that are sharing CIB with other individuals. And we're working with Vital Records in correcting their CIBs. And the rest, approximately 4,000 of them, there's the issue about their address. So to resolve that, we decided that we will go ahead and issue their checks, even though we do not have their complete or accurate address, and we will just include on their check general delivery, meaning we will not mail the check, but they will be allowed to pick up their check in person here in Window Rock. We are open at the Sports Center at the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds from 8 to 5 every day, Monday through Friday. And we will start working again on opening on weekends. We were open on weekends last month, but because there's not that many return checks anymore, there's approximately 2,200 return checks, so it really slowed down. But with these checks that we will be printing, approximately 4,000 to CARES recipients that do not have a complete address, then that's additional 4,000 that we will be assisting in person to get their checks. So there's a plan again to open on weekends if needed. And we also have a breakdown of ARPA recipients that live on and off reservation. So for those that live on reservation, we assisted a total of 181,328 Navajos. And that totaled to $300,571,600. And the breakdown of that, Arizona and New Mexico. For Arizona, we assisted a total of 109,171 Navajos that live on the Arizona side of the Navajo Nation Reservation. And for New Mexico, we assisted a total of 72,157 Navajos. For those off reservation that receive ARPA hardship assistance, we do have a breakdown by state, and we provided that breakdown to all the members of the NABI committee. The total Navajos living off reservation that received ARPA assistance was 138,566. And that totaled to $230,825,600. Those that leave off reservation, New Mexico residents received the highest, 50,283 Navajos living in New Mexico were assisted for a total of $83,735,200. Arizona residents that live off reservation in the state of Arizona totaled 45,729 Navajos, amounting to $75,502,200 in assistance. Utah residents that live off the reservation in Utah, 15,522 Navajos for a total of $25,735,200. And the next state is Colorado, and that's 5,772 Navajos for a total amount of assistance of $9,704,400. So those are the statistics that we would like to report. But with me connected to this work session is our accounting manager, Gerald Shirley. He is directly oversees the hardship assistance program. Also with him, his key staff from the hardship team. And we will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Madam Controller? Mr. Begay?
Yes,
Is anybody else from your team wanting to speak, or does that conclude your presentation?
I would like to introduce Mr. Gerald Shirley. Mr. Shirley, you can add additional information about the hardship activity.
Okay. Mr. Shirley? Floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gerald Shirley. I'm here with my team leads, Wallace James and Rochelle Begay, and also with Elsie Julian. I just want to kind of give us some overviews of what we've been doing in terms of the return check drives. As most of you know, we had to cut the the Phoenix drive short just due to mainly for safety reasons. But I think one of the things we're thinking about as well too, is we've also discussed this with the acting controller, is that unlike Phoenix, at least when we were in Tuba City and in Shiprock, we had the chapter house who were fully, cooperating with us in terms of providing crowd control. So we're still discussing about the possibility of returning to Shiprock and also Tuba City for the return check drive. And the reason why I'm pointing those two agencies out right now is because they have the most return checks when you compare them, say, to Chinle, Crown Point, as well, or Fort Defiance. So that's one of the things we're planning, and we'll give more information as we go along. And I think the other thing too that we're working on is because I think one of the reasons why we did this return check drive is because of all the amount of checks that were returned, and we're going stale dated. So right now we're working with some consultants trying to determine the best way to void all these checks, because we're talking roughly thousands of checks that need to be voided and then reissued. So we're working on that right now as well, so that way there's no time delay. We're trying to do the best that we can to get these checks out. Thank you. If there's any other questions, I can answer those.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude your presentation, Madam Controller?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that concludes our presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. With that, we go ahead and go back to the agenda. Is there any other further comments or presentation material from Chief of Staff, Mr. Paulson Chaco?
Speaker,
Yes.
This is Edmund. Good afternoon. Just to let you know, I'm on call. Okay.
Hey,
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Hmm?
So good afternoon, Chairman. That, Mr. Paul Chaco. Or anybody from OPVP? There's somebody from OPVP. That, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the floor then. Colleagues, any comments, questions at this time? Honorable
Speaker
Counsel-
Julian's on the call. Delegate Rick knows. I texted my request.
Okay. Sorry, colleagues, I do have the lineup here, sorry. Honorable Keon Begay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yate, Kadosh and Speaker, Kadosh and Amfinity, Adakado, today, after control of Kado, reporting regarding the hardship. I'm not sure if we will accomplish anything for just getting the report other than saying that there's no proper planning that's being improved to accommodate community members or Navajo people to get their situation for us to address it. I mean, the one thing, I don't know if the Opera office is online, Mr. Patero. 180 something million was set aside almost a year or 2 years ago. Need management of Indo and you have no based on the Argentine and if the lack of support, if the lack of equipment, if the lack of service, if the lack of staffing, why aren't those funding being utilized to address this particular issue? I'm calling you in from Blue Mountain chapter right now, walking away from a discussion about situation at the chapter level. And the one, but I appreciate Mr. Gay, Mr. Gay and your staff. You have been responding to me on some of my emails of individuals that were asking for. I appreciate that. Last week, I think you resolved 3 or 4 of them for me to get a response back to the individual. So I know that you are stretched thin of staffing and the manpower. And I think that's the bigger part that we have. And I know one of my colleagues continues to ask if we could be able to help as delegates, but I'm hesitant to really get things in the further of a situation where I've made a mistake to provide inaccurate information or inaccurate procedure of a situation. But the hardship office, and I know that you probably are utilizing the whole Navajo Nation Office of Controller's resource just to concentrate on the opera office, and then that comes to question: what about the normal daily operation of the opera, the controller's office that deals with the daily business of our Navajo Nation? I think Mr. Begay provide us a solution. What will speed up this particular process? Because I think people submitting their documents is not sufficient. It's not being done quickly. And then my recommendation is that set aside by agency. Set this whole situation aside by agency. Put several staff at each of the agencies. Quickly hire within a week temporary workers willing to help. I think that would really so the net I know I've seen it at the fairground. We still have lines all out the door. They travel far. I hear people travel from Phoenix or other metropolitan area, but yet they don't get any resolutions about the situation. The money is there. The funding, the ARPA funding, the $180 million to hire these personnel to get this going. And I like to specifically request Ms. Begay, and I will do it, I'll submit this in writing. Come to one of my chapter for my region. I would ask that this particular check distribution follow-up of hardship situations to happen at one of my chapters. I like to say this verbally, but I want to write it, put it in writing, and we want to accommodate the situation. I don't know. That's why I'm asking the opera office, what is it that they're really planning or are doing and helping this particular situation? So, Chairman, again, the main recommendation I'm making is that spread it out to each agency, by agency, within each of the agency. I think that would really further diminish of people really spending too much gas money just to go across the Navajo Nation and just spending too much money to get their hardship check. But yet nothing's being resolved. Other the metropolitan, you know that you'll get a crowd of people. So I know there's a lot of maybe some colleges, universities that are able to help in the situation. In some area, contact the governor's office, contact the county. I'm sure that they can help willing to help secure a bigger room or a youth building in these metropolitan area. I've seen the listing of all the way up to Guam and all the way up to eastern states. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, could we get down to the nitty-gritty to say that let's do this task, let's do it this week, and let's get these information out to the Navajo people, get it resolved. Otherwise, we'll just be here to say that we'll just get another report to say that, well, we could only resolve 10 next month. Okay. What more can we do? So again, if there is a situation or if there's an opportunity for the council to do a hands-on work with your office, is that possible? But the confidentiality issue comes into play as well. A lot of these important information. I don't know. But anyway, request a slot on this speaker, agency level, ongoing progress. And then the state store, the city community store, get specific, and even online. Community store have access to online follow-up. And then I'm specifically requesting the your office to come down to one of my chapters to respond to me on that particular issue. You have to restrict us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambi, and I'll turn back over to the controller after our colleague, Honorable Slater, for those recommendations and seeing if her and her team have a response. But let me go to Honorable Slater, and then I'll come back to you, Madam Controller, for a response. Or if there's anybody from the Office of the President, Vice President, too, on as well, Mr. Paulson Chaco, if you're on the line. But let me go to Vice Chair of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Controller Begay and the other presenters for the information you provided. My question concerns the outstanding individuals who have registered and received their CIB with the tribe, our new enrollment number, our new figures, and how that ties into the outstanding ARPA funds that need to be allocated. Right now in 8622, I believe it's a $120 million figure to cover what is projected to be the remaining payouts under this program. The information that's provided to me doesn't adequately explain how many projected individuals have yet to apply and are projected to apply for hardship assistance. And instead, I think it's just a difference between spending out the remaining funding and what our new enrollment number is. And so I don't think that takes into account individuals who will not or may not apply for the assistance. And I want to know precisely what the projections are and how much you're advising the council to allocate for hardship assistance on top of what already has been allocated. And if we could get some concrete numbers in a report as soon as possible, because council needs to make those funding determinations very soon. So again, to me, the numbers are just a little too wishy-washy. The projections are not tight enough for me to be comfortable putting the 120 in there. I don't know if it needs to be more or less, but I really would like to see some more finite details on what the projection is that we'll need. And, you know, on top of that, I just need to express my displeasure with how the whole process has been conducted. I do appreciate Controller Begay. You know, when I've reached out on behalf of constituents, you've been very accommodating in terms of helping them. I know it takes time, and everyone recognizes that, but what happened in Phoenix, I think, was reprehensible. And then beyond that, you know, just to have the follow-up at this time saying we are working with consultants and evaluating our options. The council and our people need more answers at this point. They need, you know, real concrete action on how those checks are going to be voided, what the protocol is going to be to expand and be more responsive to our constituents as they navigate this process. And, you know, to underscore what Ash Delegate Begay mentioned, you know, how come we haven't brought further resources on board to address this, to help reach out to our people? You know, there's ways to have one phone number that can connect to different individuals. or one email that's manned by more individuals. I think the council and our people are pleading for that. And we need a real concrete plan of action. And I'm begging you to make that more well known and to bring it out there. So first part of the question on, updated enrollment numbers, the projected need for hardship, and how much we may need to include in a future ARPA allocation. And then second, I really think we need to firm up the response, and you need to provide more confidence to our people and to oversight at the council that there's a serious investment of time and resources to increase capacity and do a better job. Thank you. I appreciate all you're doing for our people.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Slater. With that, let me go ahead and turn the floor back over to Madam Controller. Madam Controller, you and your team have a response.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first question from Honorable Key Allen Bigay regarding the concern, lack of support staffing. Just to give some detailed information on that, to date, we issued 319,894 checks. That's a lot of checks that we printed for the past 3.5 months. We averaged 100,000 checks a month. The typical number of checks that the OOC issued for a week was just like 5,000 or 20,000 a month, and we were able to process 100,000 checks a month to accommodate this hardship assistance program. And I would like to thank the staff for doing that. I mean, that's a lot of man hours. They work after hours and on weekends just to process all these checks. And with the ARPA budget that we receive, we were able to hire 30 new employees just for hardship. And of course, with that, we have to purchase their equipment, their computers, and everything else. So we use the ARPA hardship or ARPA budget that we receive from the approximately 180 million admin costs dedicated for that. And our normal operation for OOC, it did not actually affect that because of the new hires that we did for the hardship. But of course, we are already understaffed at OOC. We have so many unfilled positions. We have approximately 20 accounting positions that we cannot fill. We have 4 accounting managers that we cannot fill. There's just, we're just understaffed as a whole, but the hardship, we continually hire people. We're still advertising it. It's just there's not that many applicants for the positions under the hardship program, and as well as with the normal positions under the OOC. And with regards to the check distribution drive, Mr. Shirley can elaborate on that, but I would like to respond to Honorable Slater's question about the additional funding needed to accommodate new enrollees as well as those enrolled Navajos that did not apply for CARES. So therefore, they need to apply for ARPA in order to get the hardship assistance. As I reported, there's available budget is still of $25,602,800. But this only translate if 2,000 each, we can only assist 12,800 Navajos that need ARPA assistance. And of that 12,800, we already reserving 6,500 of that for those previous CARES recipients that we have yet to assist under ARPA. So if you minus the 6,500 from the 12,800, then we only have 6,100 new ARPA recipients that we can assist, and that's not enough. Vital records projected enrolled Navajos of between 405,000 to 410,000. But of course, the data under vital records includes the disease. So they still adjusting for the deceased Navajos. That's part of the 400,000 enrolled Navajos. That's why under that legislation 008222, we requested $120 million additional funding for ARPA assistance. And that 120 million, we will be able to assist approximately 60,000 additional Navajos under the ARPA hardship program. And based on our calculation, it should be sufficient to assist new enrollees and also enrolled Navajos that did not apply for CARES last year and are now applying. Mr. Shirley has the data of the new applicants, how many we have yet to assess. But we would like the council to consider appropriating additional money, 120 million, in order for us to assist all Navajos in new enrollees, as well as new applicants for ARPA hardship assistance. And Mr. Shirley, I'll transfer the floor to you on elaborating on the return checks and the check distribution drive.
Hi, am I allowed to speak? I'm just waiting.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I want to, all righty, thank you guys. Yeah, I just want to go ahead. I guess I want to talk to a little bit to, Kealan Begay and Carl Slater's question about staffing levels. We've had difficulty over the past couple of months just maintaining an adequate staff level. One of the things that we have is we have a lot of turnover. We'll have like, say, 20 staff that jumps as high as close to 30, and it goes back down to 20. So the turnover is an issue there. Partly, a lot of it is just people are finding new jobs, and also with school and everything, that's what's happening. So those are some of the challenges that we're facing as a team. And also in regards to Kealan Begay's comment about, going to his agency, we did make a trip out to Chinle, and we do plan to look at that again as well. But like I said, one of the reasons why we are focusing on Tuba City and Shiprock is because they have the highest amount of return checks. Right now, just for the Northern Agency, we have 842 outstanding return checks. And for the Tuba City area, we have 534. For the central agency, we only have 87 live checks. So that's one of the reasons why we're not focusing on that yet as well. And also most of the questions that we're getting to is basically, where's my check? And so that's some of the things we've been working on. But these return check drives are basically focused to return checks to these individuals before they go stale dated. And we do work with the chapters, like with, for example, Shiprock, we provided a listing of all the individuals that have returned checks, and individuals that come to the chapter house to determine whether they had returned checks. And so then when we went to Shiprock, the people were already in line and we were able to help a lot of people. So that's what we plan to do with Tuba City and Shiprock. I guess phone calls, one of the things too, again, the phone calls, the ability to answer all the phone calls, it relates back to basically the staff turnover that we have. Also, the other thing too is, and I spoke to the acting controller about this, is that, people want us to focus on the phone calls. And when we do focus on the phone calls, then it takes away from the staff inputting data, basically for new recipients, change of addresses. So we have a very fine balancing act between inputting data and answering phone calls. And I mentioned that I think this needs to be communicated to both the OPVP and also the council, because just from our perspective, because I know I get the feedback from the ARPA staff because they get frustrated. They feel like, people are blaming them for a lot of the things, that's going on. And that's not the case. And I try to communicate to them as well, is that, hey, this is what we're trying to do. And don't feel that way. It's just, that's just public feedback. And we need to do the best we can to address these matters. But we are still trying to hire people. But I think once we do that, though, one of the things we've also encountered is lack of space. We have people doubling up now in cubicles, basically in the OMB office, and we have half the staff at the sports center as well. So that's how we've been able to find more room. But, I think right now, looking at it presently, we're probably filled to capacity. But again, on to another issue, we are going to get word out. We'll work out the details with the acting controller and then the chapter house for Tuba City and Shiprock, determine when these return check drives will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, does that conclude your response, Madam Controller?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that concludes our response to Honorable Naabik'íyáti and Honorable Slater's comments and questions.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go back to the floor. I do have Chairman Rick Nez in the queue. Chairman, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you very much. And Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council, based on the Naabik'íyáti. Aro shne no senigi aro daisnos ki shin daisnos aton hichin da ilige hege benin ro papan hot khar khalait an khash do lensin no senik ro by penit kido na penyana idil ketole aro peso ya khalyan and lenike khro Madam Controller Jolge Elizabeth begin kitla hajilla akho khro pa madidesh kitla lenike ayaha ida Ms. Begay, thank you very much for providing this report with your staff. You did state that people that do not have their addresses and how you will take care of these issues by putting their names down and general delivery as their address, but they need to come to Window Rock, to the fairgrounds, over to the sports center, and that's where your office is going to be. They are a hunting hitchak aquí, Satan address now chosen Han, the Hajiki, Wahatani, Benina 18 hitchak, and Hada the dog, Nesto, Kodashia, or Les Tagahot, Zand, Lake Nahoquaban, Altafadi, the fairgrounds, Aquahas, Agiki, sports center, Holiga, Aquagi, checks nas nel do station and no senigi are shimpani yedo khas. My question will be to the controller on the CIB issues. A lot of our people are calling us and saying that the CIB office has been closed. There's a sign on there. You call that number, nobody's answering. What other solution could you offer, Madam Controller? di kro mahnaides kitten linigi din hepage da bedient na census number han so go shi not so not so dot is den hijit abaka a kobiad ebedat it lidiki update adalia sa sai han heda den ebene na khalit au elia goyat etlato konten da huil na kotanen kitten na o pestit at to heda not achat zito do neti tinten de khalit in CIP kiti nehche ba hoch na halan che kon da huil na tan a quotation koroyen kit korol adol na git at this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just ask that question for our people as to how and what solution or recommendations that we can get from the controller's office and staff as to how we can resolve the issue with our people going to the office to get their CIB and have it corrected so they can finish completing their documents. And one question that you did say is that you would like to request that the council appropriate additional money. How much money are we talking about, Madam Controller? These are my two questions. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That we move on down to Honorable Vince James. Honorable James.
Yeah, another speaker. Ado Kodo Naabik'íyáti committee. Litliniki. Ado Shat Kahasi Lo Isnot Saigi. Paiki Naabik'íyáti. Anahot it beso Aje. Banit Indo by Yilki or Konzat in Hilholjish Leko. Ado La Eya Kodo Nihiche. Eya Enda Oka. Beshmahasa Anani Gleniki. Ajashi at that Lado Ajashi Yahwin Zende Oko Aslahone Nahatosni Dot Aslahone Adole Kodoben da de Kidigi I thought Kodo Bahnados Kid Nihino Nido Hot Ashin Hanso Kisle Beshmasa An Nitlenigi Hat Ila Ayula Kojibin Dale Nestor Lesnet or Kojibeshmasa Andabanit just to satisfy the lawmakers of the Navajo Nation. She no sin. Nte Kodo O Hayu Nihitana AHA Hajila Dan Neko Ako based on the need O Hayuch that on Ako at Kwanza the Quishin Ado Le at Ahataso Nil Ado at Yadat here. Ako Quant in it has Jokot it has Twidosania Yalti and Leco Ado Nana Anan hit that Nathan Ako Dide between the house aho. O base obenta ne nan hit that Nathan store. Ako nan let the basa Nate to base hard eats. Nan let the Okota oh hot asa not late on the Hala Elch at the later. Ni hit that no ben hit yet here. Ako di base be Hanna gets at the at his thought ben hit na hot in Lenko. Halit Ado Lisla Chokot Nana Anashit Nesa Sto Zedado Dagino but the la the Saga Hotzan the Kehonot any dog Aden Das Nashina shit that no doshi Yanana Tiako Halit out in hit the Ecuador Haton Liniki Yenak Hato and the Elkate na zone what out Kindlini but now what out KG Haji special da shoja. Dashi yisidon sada kista jokot ado beshiji yanana tin lesto oko. Ako konza dit o hot e bahanetzik at Adonana di benat sosen de lahigi aje dat has ane na sosen da hatla. Edo saho unda diago na sosia handa hat nid o ha yujen. Adaze di trade din de da ze do le hot anal sos ya nicht sos. Dinal soshan na je de ad saho at nek atit hot Jokonanat ado kodobin na adil kido dide. As yujit dahnada dinil nihako di base the chi baby kina huit eight en eido okot nai lati no o hot it's anjo ado labik huit nihil hodjish. Hahadlat o le la hala di chaton nihla jokot ako. Ako shizazin do hot halit ibn ala halit ibayat hitla. Toda zibayat hitla. Jo yanda adon hilchina hano ada ako. Bayat hito ba not on go la ashon sho hey. Chinand ano senedit kwaigi ilke hona that dil nilto ada dil nilta nitzin. Kodona na nishil eniki. Chokot la behato zehet abahana hatten leko. Anlede ben hilnahos nehet ben hilnahos net o do saho ya betahast ado saho oyo das kaz hot ben hilnahos neko. Ako kwaiki in hikato swasne halit ado lisna. Nahalchene dik at change na holji do holji ako do ultra needs anahas kai ako again de nahalchene shingo nada nashigi ultra it's another has ka ako ndado nashigi hard lato lehigi jo edo hate des in ko ela hait ado saton hinahat la asto sen ako kwaiki do naha no sendo le se partners ne le ko ha shi do yuji kodon ha chine shi go nada national source had the deal to ko ya handi da jo ha de shinan nesto le li an hadni tha chokot chinen le ni be china da huit le ko Ado onaganj not on nashiki to honanat ako personnel policy manual halit ito honil in the do halit ito skin so be neta chokot sto ako what out pa hatis to pa na del kito letoshi not ash hato zishin de ashin ko sto ako yugo banago ndahas na obana to kahasto ko kodot sa ado la ba yel ki donat hajo ben his na hosnet sto ko ataho det lahi ki shi be ko ako hot out the neck etche sad linigi an hi kodon hizad linigi hot ben hi chakasti to lesako ako kodo one of the main questions is what kind of solution do you have in regards to trying to accommodate our Navajo people? We've heard the many excuses, the many reasons of why we are failing to address those issues. And that one main issue is the phone calls, responding back to phone calls or even answering the calls when we have individuals trying to call. Another one is where we're failing is I've had many not just from my chapters, from different areas of the Navajo Nation, even state of New Mexico and Arizona and New Mexico. It's been difficult to respond back to them because they've indicated, I've submitted several address change form. I don't know what's happening to it, but I'm being told that there was some sort of hack that happened on our system. And so that screwed up the whole changes that were done into the system because our system was hacked. And so now they're being told, now you have to fill out another one because we don't have the wrong check numbers and it's printing out wrong information. These are the information that individuals are sharing back with me. And they've been told, we don't know why you are not part of the check processing system, but we've had your information all this time. And so those are the kind of individuals that are responding back to me. And so I don't know how to address those kind of questions that are addressed to me. One of the areas is the addresses. It's one of those address changes that are slowly, I think the outcome of those address changes are slowly coming to all of us delegates of what's being reported from your staff to these Navajo people. And another one is the summer youth. I know chapters are providing summer youth application, and the chapters are telling our youth or summer college workers that they have to find their own job site. And so my question is, why are we not reaching out to those individuals to assist you at least for 20 days, 10 days, to assist you in answering some of those phone calls or helping you guys with all the clerical duties that needs to happen. And my other question is, what does Department of Personnel Management need to do with the policies that they have written out to accommodate you, to address your need of filling those vacant positions? Have you guys gotten that far? Has that been addressed to say, hey, can we make this amendment here for the time being, or for the next 2 years, 3 years? What kind of amendment needs to happen to the personnel policy manual for you to move forward to do immediate hires? I think there is some information there to hire some temporary workers right away. And usually if there's funds, that's usually the case. And if DPM can't do it, then maybe you should work with some of the certified chapters and have them hire the individuals for you guys, because they do their own personnel management system at the chapter as being a certified chapter. Because if not, we're going to keep going round and round, and next thing you know, December is going to be around and we're going to still be sitting here stating that we have 30 vacancies that were not filled. We know the problem and the issue under Department of Personnel Management. That's why we have a very lengthy vacancy listing. We already know there's a problem there, but we keep saying that, oh, we're going to hire people, we're going to work with DPM. And that hasn't been the case for many years now. It's hard to work with DPM to hire individuals. But at this point in time, what kind of amendments have you guys talked about to address to possibly the HESI committee if they're going to be the final authority? So that's where I'm coming from. And then my last one is, has there been any talks? I think all of us, majority of us, have gone to restaurants, and you would just go in, and then they'll ask you, you can make a reservation. What's your phone number? We'll text you back when your seat is ready. Has anybody looked into that system to buy that system as the Navajo Nation? That way we don't have a long line going around the buildings. We don't have our Navajo people out in the heat. And is there some sort of a plan in that direction to move forward? Or is it that you're just practically short-staffed that you can't move in that direction? You can't get to that point. So there's been millions and millions of dollars that has been given to you guys to move forward, to operate and try to get most of these hardship checks out to our Navajo people, but yet it's still not happening. And so it is very interesting to hear all the many different stories that I've received. And if need to, I can send all of this information to you, Controller Begay. I didn't even know you were accommodating any of my colleagues to address a lot of these hardship checks. But I'll send all these different text messages and emails that I've received. I don't know if you're going to be able to assist me to respond to all of these individuals of their concerns and what they have texted to me and regarding their address change, their return checks, and waiting in line, or maybe we've heard enough. But like I said, I didn't know you were accommodating my other delegates in that way. So that's good information to know, that I can send these messages to your phone. So thank you very much, Nale Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. Let me go back to the controller's office. Madam Controller, or Shirley, if you have any response, floor is yours at this time.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. First question from Honorable Nez regarding the issue on the CIB. On my report, there's approximately 6,500 previous CARES recipients that have not received ARPA assistance, and that's due to address issue and CIB issue. For the address issue, of course, we're going to be resolving that just by doing the general delivery address. And of course, they have to come in person to pick up their check, because there's actually no address to mail their checks. And for the CIB, we were allowed access to the vital records database, and we're working on resolving the over 2,000 individuals sharing CIB with another individuals. But of course, we need to work closely with vital records to identify the correct CIB number. CIB is very important because it's the key information that qualifies an enrolled Navajo to receive assistance. And we're dealing with federal funds, and we cannot waive that requirement. We have to have a CIB number to qualify them to receive assistance. And how much money we need? We need 120 million supplemental to assist approximately 60,000 additional adults. And that 120 million is part of that ARPA bill that pending before the council, that's 0086-22. And for the question from Honorable James regarding, of course, the accountability of the hardship assistance program, we made sure that we're accounting up to the penny all the hardship assistance that we issued. We are dealing again with federal funds. We identified already 200 Navajos that committed fraud back during the CARES assistance program last year, and they automatically disqualified to receive ARPA assistance. And those fraud activities include depositing their checks twice, doing mobile deposit, or going to the cash checking store and presenting the same checks. And also we uncovered some applicants that made up their CIB. So they submitted 2 applications. One is the actual CIB that they have, and then the second application, the made up CIB. And of course, they got paid. And now the made up CIB, there's another applicant that presented that same number. And now that legitimate owner of that CIB cannot qualify until we resolve this issue. So we're catching all those fraudulent activities, and we're disqualifying them to receive the ARPA hardship assistance. And with regarding the issue with the DPM about hiring, actually DPM waived the requirement for background check for hardship employees so that we can do immediate hire. And we thank DPM for that because the background check really takes a while to complete, takes weeks. So we were able to do immediate hire for hardship employees. And I'll have Mr. Shirley respond to the rest of the questions. Mr. Shirley.
Good afternoon, everybody again. I just want to, in response to Ricky Nez's comment, I want to clarify something too, because often in the past, just basically being at the front lines, so to speak, for these ARPA return checks is when comments are made, they can be taken out of context or misconstrued to mean something else. And I believe the comment made or the communication made was that if no one has received their checks, they can go to the sports center and pick it up. That's not correct. The only thing that we have at the sports centers are the return checks. And then going back to what Ms. Begay earlier said about the reissuance to general delivery addresses, those are going to be only reissued to those individuals who had no address or had problems. And I think they're talking about roughly 2,000. I just want to make that clear because the staff and I have often seen people come to the sports center or here at the OOC because comments were made on, on venues like this, and people were saying, and they quote, they quote council delegates or OPVP staff and said, they told me that I can come here and pick up my check. So I just want to make that clear. And I think the details of when those checks are going to be reissued, that Ms. Begay was alluding to, will be made more clear further on down the road. So I just want to make that clear first and foremost. And I guess going back to some of the comments or the statements made by Vince James, he was saying that we keep coming up with excuses. I don't think they're excuses, they're just basically statement of fact. These are recurrent issues that we've talked about. I think, one of the things we've also made clear is that we have issues keeping people employed, the turnover as well. And we talked about summer students bringing people on board. I think, like a week and a half ago, we were talking about having some people from community development and other programs come on board and help out. That's fine and everything, but I think one of the issues that we had is we bump up against Navajo Privacy Act, which was so clearly made by Mr. Mel Rodas from DOJ. And then Mel, if I misspeak on any of these issues, please correct me on that fact. But that's one of the issues that we have as well. And some of the challenges that we have as well too is when people are asking for help, they're asking for other adults. We have a policy basically that no other adult can ask for another adult because we've seen so many instances of fraud, especially amongst family members. So I know a lot of people get upset about that, but that's just something we have to adhere to. And, it's because of the Privacy Act as well that we cannot identify through the newspapers, basically, a full list of names and then the census numbers to indicate that individuals have checks. We're trying to find workarounds in regards to that, but we're working with DOJ on that as well. And I think, going back again to the resources, I think we've made clear of what we do need. And then again, what we're going to do now then is we're going to formally get together just basically and sit down with the controller and then with the ARPA staff and say, okay, this is where we have the shortfalls in terms of resources. And I think we stated these before, but we'll go ahead and put that in writing and indicate, hey, this is what we need, right? If we need 100 people, and I guess that's what we're going to make a request for, to answer the phone calls so we can answer in a timely manner. That's what we're going to put on. And hopefully we won't have the same statements and comments again going down the road. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that answers the questions by Honorable Nez and Honorable James. Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back. Thank you for the response. We go back to the floor. I do have Madam Chair Crowdy. Madam Chair.
Speaker, this is Delegate So. Can you put me in the queue too?
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, being on the call, and Acting Controller Begay and Mr. Shirley. I would ask you, Speaker, to make sure that we have decorum for this meeting in terms of the agents. So I'll address Mr. Shirley as Mr. Shirley, and if he could address delegates on the line as delegate or chair, Nez, James, or who's asking the questions. Speaker, in terms of looking at this legislation for hardship that was passed December of last year and signed by President Nez and Vice President Leiser, and in both of the legislations, it called this an emergency to help our families deal with the effects of COVID. And my concern is, when I read Appendix A of the resolution, I understand and I recognize that Paul Sanchaco, our Chief of Staff for the President's Office, did not sign the document. And was not on the call when Council approved and we're asking questions on how the Office of the President, Vice President will expedite funding and getting this money out to our people. And what I want to state is, I think that's the root of the issues here. We have this program that has been identified to be managed or distributed by the Office of the Controller, and the administrative oversight is the Office of the President and Vice President. They should be on the line. There should be either President Nez or Vice President Laser on the line, and at the very least, Chief of Staff Chaco, in terms of how are they going to administer this program so that it's effective, and who is making the decisions not to onboard additional staff to assist. The Office of the Controller received $17 million last July, nearly a year ago, to build up the capacity of your program to help with the distribution of the ARPA dollars, which includes hardship. Someone has made the decision to manage the hardship, and we are now concerned with the results. And so who made those decisions and going to be accountable to the people? And what can this council do? Because the acting controller is under contract from the Office of President and Vice President. Who is ultimately responsible for these decisions that are being made on how the hardship program is being managed? The other area of concern is then, as an emergency legislation and making sure that the needs of our people are met, how is this then being deployed on the ground? Now, I did hear Mr. Shirley in the fact, but there's $17 million that your office has availability to help and provide services to our people. And that is where I find frustration when we hear back from our community members that they're not getting called back, they're emailing and not receiving an initial reply. They're traveling now. They're traveling to Window Rock. They're traveling to the agency. They're traveling to Phoenix. They're going to the urban areas because they need an answer. And I'm trying to understand, and I'm trying to see that you're doing the best you can with the hardship program, because really Navajo Nation does not have a great history of helping our people, of creating a system that will meet the needs of the people. And so there has to be another way in this next phase of hardship to pull together what were the concerns, what were the challenges, and what is going to be done so that this council can keep the Office of the Controller and the Office of President and Vice President responsible and accountable for the distribution of the remaining hardship dollars. Now, I understand the numbers. I appreciate the amount of checks that have been submitted and the scaling up the office had to do to issue out those checks. But that has put stress on the Office of the Controller staff in general. I don't think, and I hear and I don't see that is being addressed. I also think there's other issues in terms of the customer service that are being provided to our people who are trying to get answers. I do understand the type of fraud that may be happening, but to create a system that doesn't allow legitimate, genuine relatives to get the hardship that they desperately need because of a few needs to be reexamined. I did hear Acting Controller Begay mention two consultants have been brought on, but in the report, it was not clear how these consultants are helping. I did write down, Acting Controller mentioned they're helping with the checks, the return checks. But what we want to see, and in working with advocates, working with individuals who help our people get access to the resources that they need, there needs to be more of this case management approach where there's a follow-up when a call comes in. And what concerns me is at this point, there shouldn't be a determination if you're going to put a staffer to answer a call and then that doesn't allow them to input. At this point, we should be scaled up to be able to address the needs. We knew from CARES what to expect. Some of the challenges that we're facing, what did we learn and how did we implement? And that's what I want to hear from this report. And I need to know then what are the next steps to make sure an incident at Phoenix doesn't happen again. Because lives were put in danger. The heat, the location, the amount of individuals, no one has taken accountability to say, how are we going to do better? And all of those individuals who were in line, did you record and get information from them? And did your office contact them and provide them the information that they were looking for? What were the next steps that were taking place? My last question, and in looking at things, is we need the office of president and vice president on the line. They're the administrators of this funding. People who are successful in getting the hardship check, they get a really nice letter. Now we need them to show up for this work session to answer the hard questions, but be able to be part of pulling together what are the solutions. How are we gonna either build up a database, build up some type of system where we modernize our approach, and if we're hearing that there's still a lot of concerns with vital records, how much funding did vital records receive from the ARPA allocation last year so that they could also scale up? And at this point, to say individuals should be coming to Window Rock, I don't agree. I still feel that there's other ways to identify or to have whatever you need that individual to provide in Window Rock at this day and age can be provided. And I want to thank all the Navajo professionals out there, especially the ones who are in the IT world, who are in banking, who are in finance, accounting, who are giving leadership suggestions on what happens beyond Navajo Nation to make sure transactions are secured, to make sure customer service is provided 24/7. So we know this is, and with technology is available. We need accountability from the Office of President and Vice President. How are they then going to implement those types of programs to meet the needs of our people? Thank you, Speaker. I'll stay on the call to hear the answer. I do not see this as the hardship staff not doing their best. I see this as a management issue. This is a leadership issue. And those individuals who have the opportunity to make those high-level decisions need to be on this call so that we can create the opportunity that our people are no longer, it causes undue stress. In reading the press release, and it was almost like blaming those who showed up. We cannot blame our relatives who showed up. We have to look internally and say, what can we do better? What is out there? What experience do I have that I could bring to the table? And at some point say, I don't have the experience. And who do we need to onboard so that we can get this done? So to the hardship staff, we appreciate what you're able to do. We understand there's challenges. We know these challenges. Now we have to do better. And who's going to be that leadership to help us do better? And that's why we need them on the call. Speaker, if you could get the Office of President, Vice President on the call, I don't know where they're at, but I think getting on the call is just as easy dialing in a number, listening, and providing solutions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We did notify Office of President, Vice President. We'll reach out to them again. With that, I do want to recognize at this time, before I go on to Honorable Paul Begay, that we are live too as well. We do have radio programs to recognize for their on the air time. KTNN 660 AM, 101.5 FM, KGAK 1330 FM, KNDR and 960 AM, and KBR 107.5 out in Alamo, New Mexico. Good afternoon, everybody out in Alamo, New Mexico. Dene College Radio, KXWR 92.1 FM, Navajo Technical University Radio, KCZY 107.3 FM. Thank you very much for allowing this discussion on the air at this time, and everybody listening to again on Facebook and YouTube. With that, let me go to Honorable Paul Begay, and then I'll go back to Madam Controller and your team. Again, we'll reach out to Office President, Vice President if we didn't ask them to be in. But at this time, there were nobody on the line. I'll go to Office President, Vice President after Madam Controller. Madam Controller, if they are on the line. Madam Controller, actually, stand by. Honorable Paul Begay, and then I'll go back to you, Madam Controller. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Damon, staff, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And thank you also for the report, Mr. Gay, and also Mr. Shirley. Appreciate the report. It is true that we are dealing with a large amount of money. And on top of that, we're dealing with a group of people that are numbered over 400,000 now. So that's a lot of numbers to be working with. And I do appreciate that you're doing the best that you can. I guess there was mention of Winterrut doesn't work very well sometime here. I guess we're all in the same boat. We as delegates aren't even getting anywhere trying to figure out how we're going to agree upon the ARPA funding too. So, that being said, I did have right after the meeting started, right after the work session began, I got a text from one of our tribal membership members from Texas, McAllen, Texas. She says about 15 miles from the border. There are some of our members, Navajo tribal members, that live in areas like that, way away from the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. There seems to be we need to help those people. How we're going to do that? I don't think general delivery will work for those people. It's an option of trying to get a airfare, pay for the airfare, to do the runaround here on the nation, to try to hunt their checks down. By the time they've paid for gas to travel around on the nation and pay for the airfare, you pretty much spent your $2,000. So how do we address that? This lady in particular from McAllen, Texas, says that there has not been any change in her address from the CARES Act. So she doesn't understand what the hang-up is if there's no change in it. There was never any type of change that was made. And here again, I guess the most common problem is that there's no phones are being answered. There's a bunch of phone numbers that are listed there, but nobody seems to answer that. And it's frustrating for them. The lady also mentioned that she did email documents twice, second time to make sure that the first one didn't get lost, but she still is waiting for her answer or some type of a
respondents that tells her what she needs to do. So these are people that we kind of forgot, those that live out of state. You know that a relative also was going through the same thing, living in Michigan, and he was working a job where he can't take time off to come back over here because if he leaves the job even for a day, he can't return. So what do we do? Those are situations that are concerning for our tribal members that live outside the nation. So we're getting an option like the general delivery. That will not work for them. How do we address also at the local level? There's mention also because of privacy issues, we cannot list anybody whose checks are there waiting. Is there a possibility that the names of these people can be sent to the local chapters at the chapter level, so that chapter staff or some personnel at the chapter level can help locate these people and work with them so that they can get their checks? Then can something like that be done? And also, actually, I had two people contact me in relation to ARPA or the hardship funding issues. And the second one is asking for what he needs to do to hunt down, where would he need to look first, hunt down his check. I just basically mentioned that a lot of people go to Window Rock, to the Window Rock Fairgrounds to ask about those questions. But here again, to find out that if his check is there, he needs to get through by phone or email, but those phones and emails are not being answered. So it's a matter of just taking a chance, going to Window Rock and seeing if your check is there. So very the situations are just not. You don't know for sure if you're going to find your check. Is what I'm saying. So it might that trip to Window Rock might not amount to anything at the end of the day. So how do we notify people at the local level? And my question is, can a list of names from each chapters be sent to the chapters so that people at the chapter house at the local level can help our people? That would be kind of like helping you guys trying to get the checks out there. Those names of people that have checks over there if those names can be sent to the chapter. That's the only suggestion that I would have as far as trying to help your staff. Again, I think every department goes through all this stuff, and it's mind-boggling to me. We were talking about over 400,000 population, and a lot of checks being printed out there with inadequate manpower. So I appreciate your efforts. I guess you just have to do whatever it takes to continue to do what you need to do. But I also, I feel for you guys, the amount of work that goes into this. So I understand what you have to go through.
Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Paul Begay. We go back to the floor, back to Madam Controller, your team. Madam Controller, any response?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. First question from Honorable Crotty regarding the resolution approving the hardship assistance program. Just to go back, the resolution was signed into law by President Ness and Vice President Leiser January 4th, 2022. And during the month of January, the hardship team, we were busy cleaning up the portal that we inherited from the previous consultant that we have. We have to do a lot of corrections, and we have to hire another consultant to convert the portal into an Excel spreadsheet that we can analyze. And that happened the whole month of January. And of course, we received all these change of address forms, thousands of them, tens of thousands of them in January, and the staff at the time were busy inputting the data into the system. So starting in February, that's when we started issuing the checks. And we basically issued averaging 100,000 checks a month for the next 3 months. That's why we were able to issue checks to date of 320,000 approximately. But having said that, we are still working, our IT section is still working on an RFP to upgrade our system, our database for the hardship assistance program, so that it will be more informative, wherein it has the capability to provide timely information on the hardship recipients. So that's in the works. And as far as the follow-ups on all these check distribution drive, I'll have Mr. Shirley respond to that, follow up to the Phoenix check distribution drive or Navajo Reservation Agency distribution drive. With regards to Honorable Paul Begay's question or concern, we only have 6,500 left to assist from previous CARES recipients that automatically qualify to receive ARPA hardship assistance. And we're focusing on those 6,500 Navajos that are entitled to ARPA hardship assistance. We anticipate that we can issue all those checks by the next 2 weeks. We are working on the address issue. We're working on the CIB issue. Those are the only two issues hindering the 6,500 to receive their ARPA hardship assistance. So that will cover all previous CARES recipients. And then thereafter, we can focus on new applicants or new enrollees. And again, regarding the issuance of the names based on the chapter affiliation, for this ARPA hardship assistance, we relied on the CARES applications that was managed by our previous consultant. And some of the applications, they do not have the chapter affiliation. That's why we have a hard time identifying what chapter they registered. But of course, we can identify based on their address, the agency affiliation. That's the plan. If we could not identify the chapter affiliation, we will just go by their respective agency affiliation. But there's a plan to publicize not their complete name, just their first name, initial, and their last name, to alert them that they have a check waiting for them here in Window Rock. So the rest of the questions, Mr. Shirley can respond to that. Mr. Shirley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Controller. Mr. Shirley?
Thank you. Could you please remind me of the questions, Mr. Speaker?
Write them down.
The Mr. Shirley, there's just for adequate timing. I don't know which questions you missed or which ones that Madam Controller did not refer to. Maybe you can ask Madam Controller the ones that she did not follow up on.
Yeah, Mr. Shirley, about our check distribution drive on the reservation, if you can inform them. And of course, if there's any plan to do another off reservation check distribution, such as Phoenix or other area.
Okay, yeah, I apologize for that. I was speaking with Mr. Robert Woolley on another matter, so I wasn't able to write down all the questions as it was suggested. So we do plan to have a return check drive, and like I said, we're focusing right now primarily on the Western Agency for the Tuba City area, and also for the Shiprock Agency as well, because they have the most return checks right now outstanding. In terms of planning for another off reservation event, that's going to be something I need to discuss further with the staff, because again, one of the reasons why we're focusing on the reservation is because the chapter houses that helped us are able to provide security. And that's one of the things that's the most important. Having security presence really helps keep the crowd in control. So that's one of the things I believe that we lacked at Phoenix. And so that's what we'd like to stick with. And also, going back down to Phoenix and also going down to Albuquerque, the temperatures are a lot more I guess, severe compared to on the reservation. But we will take a look at that, and we will discuss it with the controller as well, because right now the next biggest area other than Phoenix would be Albuquerque. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude your response, Madam Controller?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify or respond to Honorable Paul Bigay's question about how do we hunt down the 2,200 ARPA return check that we have now. And our hardship team will be focusing on calling them and informing them that they have a check ready for them to pick up, as well as we're in the process of publicizing their names, of course, not their full names, but information that will give them some kind of idea that that's the person we're listing. We're planning to do that on Navajo Times or Gallup Independent, but it will be based on their agency affiliation instead of the chapter affiliation. As I stated, the application we received from our previous consultant, they do not have information on the chapter affiliation. But also the concern on nobody answering the phones documents being emailed twice, and the hardship team is working and resolving that. We already alerted the staff that they should not be asking for the documentation twice if the applicant already submitted them. And as I stated, there's only 6,500 now that we have to work with. So they should be focused on resolving those issues with those 6,500. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you again, Madam Controller. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor.
Arvin Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell, are you speaking on behalf of the President, Vice President?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mitchell, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Then also all the people that are on the line. Like what the controller stated, we issued out 320,000 checks within the last 3 months. So that's like 100,000 per month. So we did a lot. With the previous issues that we had, and we had to clean up a lot of data from the previous consultant. So that's where the change of addresses and all the discrepancies. So the controller's office has been doing a lot. Although going forward, I know that the issue is on personnel, lack of personnel, also retaining personnel. They get a higher paying job somewhere. For whatever reason, they leave this position. But what we're going to do right now is the temporary positions. I know that we need folks to be answering the phone, though to be responding to email. Also, we need personnel to collect and also input data. So if you're lacking personnel, you can't do all of these tasks. Also, what I heard is the lack of follow-up. So we need to start doing a lot of follow-up with all these folks that email us or we do get a lot of calls over here at Office of the President, Vice President, and we direct them to the correct people down at OOC. So we'll go ahead and work with the Controller's Office, Department of Personnel Management. And I heard that there's a waiver of background check. Nationwide, there's a lack of, there's, I don't know why there's, people don't want to work. Nationwide, there's a lot of positions that are open, but because of the pandemic, people are still hesitant to go back to work. Even with the 2020 census and on the Ohitsa, we were lacking employees. So we're still in that same situation lacking employees. Although the other one, the CIB issue, we'll go ahead and continue to work with vital records. Although the other one, which is people waiting out in the sun, they're over at the sports center. I guess we need to get them indoors. Although I need credit still, but one of the main problems in getting folks in one place is that in indoor facility is because of the COVID, out on the privacy issue that is out there. So we'll go ahead and work around those two issues though. We get a lot of calls on people in the outside, and we do the best we can to address a lot of these issues. Though, you know, we're probably in the neighborhood of over 400,000. 405, I think, was the latest number that we got. So we are a big nation here within Navajo. To do better with technology, you know, we need to better use of our technology system here. Mr. Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. Also President, Vice President, although name is Arvin Mitchell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. With that, colleagues, again, thank you for being here with us on this discussion. Just for the record, I do have Honorable Freeland, then Honorable Stewart, then Honorable Daniels, then Honorable Otto So, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie, and then Honorable Jimmy Yo here. I do have second round to speak, Honorable Keon McGee and Chairman Rick Nez. So Honorable Freeland, as you can tell, there's a lot of our colleagues on the line. So I'll turn the floor over to you at this time, though. Honorable Freeland. Going twice.
Speaker, can you go to the next colleague, and I'll come back after them. Thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on down, Honorable Stewart. Good afternoon, Honorable Stewart.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and Speaker, Otto colleagues on Naabik'íyáti this afternoon, and Madam Controller, good afternoon, and Mr. Shirley, good afternoon. So, okay, in listening to the discussion so far, I want to ask a couple of questions. As Navajo Nation government, executive, legislative, and judicial, also Mr. Mitchell, thank you for being online. Could there be the possibility, Joe, from legislative branch, we have community members that come to the front desk, to our receptionist, to the staff, and asking for help, asking for guidance. Where is the office that, can you do this for me? Can you scan this down there to them? I think with the technology that is available to us now, are those possibilities that we can do in collaboration as a team from all three branches, including our programs. And since we're all using Navajo Nation email, that's what I would ask, is that possibly to do that, to scan those documents back down to Office Controller and to who would we work with, who would the staff work with? Could that be done as an internal for Navajo Nation government? And then also the phone numbers have already been addressed with the receptionist. But also, and then the double numbers, double CIBs, I have a couple of constituents that ran into that. And so now, as stated before, they're looking at how can they take leave to come out and fix that situation for themselves as well. Those are areas that I want to ask for clarity on is what can we do as a mission. Is we do need to not say it's executive, it's legislative. We need to come together at this time for our community members to say this is how we're going to work together. This is what needs to be done. And so that's what I'm looking at. And I have not heard any negative feedback other than, delegate, can you assist me? And I get that. And I send the emails, and I do appreciate the staff that respond back in a timely manner to me and give me the information that I ask for. And so I can relay it on to the constituent or to the individual that's asking. And so I make sure that I remain in that communication to a point. So I do appreciate that from Office Controller. And those are the only things I want to say, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. Let me go back to Honorable Freeland this time. Honorable Freeland, are you available now? If not, Honorable Herman Daniels, good afternoon. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels going twice.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I was talking away. I was muted. Yeah, Mr. Chair, sa tayo aron ta ko Senate Senate Naabik'íyáti committee members 24 council ko yeah is on Senate aron ta ko share ko since ko ta ino stragi ko ta ris ko aron na re Mr. Bahane Mr. Nabayan tan is on the aredo pa is plan ko I see here ko Office of the Controller, Madam Controller, and your staff. Thank you for the update with the report that you gave to the council for the Naabik'íyáti. There's several areas that I want to point out. One is that I emailed the controller 2 times. And as of today, there is no response from her. The communication between me as a delegate and the Office of the Controller, there is no communication whatsoever. ADD, that's my concern. I know what my people are going through. I know how they feel. They're very frustrated. I represent Naafis-an, Oljeto, Shanto, and Naabik'íyáti chapters. These chapters, they're way out here on the northwestern side of the reservation along the San Juan River. Wonder Rock, to travel to Wonder Rock to get information on your hardship check. It's about 4 hours drive from Naafis-an chapter. And as we all know, with all the controller, the staff, price of gas is all times it's high up. Gas price of gas fuel over $5 a gallon. So to travel to Wonder Rock from my region, it's going to cost $300 to be, or $400. You got to eat, you got to pay for gas and whatnot. Make that round trip about close to $500. The communication. And a lot of our constituents, my constituents, they're reaching out to me. Naabik'íyáti chapter constituents, Oljeto, Santo, Naafis-an chapter, and other chapters, constituents. They're reaching out to me for help. But there is no communication at this. How can we fix this? We need to get these checks out to our Navajo people. How can we resolve a lot of these issues that we're facing? Communication. Communication. We need to fix that. ADG because a lot of our constituents they're calling Window and they're getting no answer. Then ADG question is that needs to be fixed. Arunana Kwado. What I want to hear from the controller today is what is your plan to fix some of these? What is your recommendation to fix some of these? And I know that the checks that has been written out, those checks are expiring. Agencies. I know my region is within the Tuba City, the Western Agency region. People they go to Tuba City. Yeah, these staff at these agencies, we need to have like 2, 3, 4 staff at these agencies. From my area, great J code to travel to Tuba City is about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Price of gas is high. So what I would like to recommend is to have an office here in Kayenta. Because we have chapters that surround the Kayenta area. Then I hope so. Even Utah chapters they can come to Kayenta. I don't know the delegate Yellow Hair's region, they can come to Kayenta. So what are we about $100? So we are about that's the case. So and if we have that office, it will resolve a lot of these travel time again for our Navajo people. So the staff at the agency, just kids. I know there is a reason why our staff controller the staff at the agency. They're leaving their jobs. I know there is a reason. She had no doubt. So 80 years you should be asked, why are your staff just leaving? Other than that, we really need to fix the fees. Our Navajo people are waiting. When you go out to these metropolitan areas like Salt Lake City, I don't know how many staff you really need to go out there. 5, that's what they be. Others, they need to stay behind and help our Navajo people here on the Navajo Nation. So because our Navajo people, they're calling Winter Rock, every day, every minute. But there is no answer. When they call, no answer. So how can we address a lot of these issues that our Navajo people are facing every day? They're waiting for their checks. So Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Daniel, so let me go back to Madam Controller and her team. If there's a response. Madam Controller?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question first from Honorable Stewart about the double CIB. We identified a little over 2,000 individuals sharing CIB, and we're working with the vital records and we're trying to resolve that issue. They gave us access to their database so we can identify the correct CIB. And once we identify the correct CIB, then we will be able to issue their hardship checks, their ARPA hardship checks. And phone numbers, we have a phone number posted on the website, and that phone number goes to 25 employees, hardship employees. And based on the number of recipients, CARES recipients that we are working on resolving their issue, there's only 6,500 now. So the calls really went down. So the employees are now more timely in responding to the calls. And with the return checks, there's 2,200 that we need to distribute to the correct address. That's the only return checks left after that 8 to 10,000 or so. After the check distribution drive, it's down to 2,200. And of course, we're working on those that expired, the stale dated checks. So we're working on voiding and doing a reissue of those checks. Questions from Honorable Herman Daniels. Thank you for bringing that up. As a matter of fact, Tuba City chapter, they're very gracious to allow one of our hardship employee to be at the Tuba City chapter. That employee will be able to distribute checks from the Western Agency chapters by appointment only. So she will start calling them and scheduling them for appointment. And if there's other chapters within Western Agency that is willing to host our hardship employee, we can hire additional employees from Western Agency so that they can do the check distribution as well by appointment only. So residents of Western Agency, they do not have to come to Window Rock to pick up their check. So that employee is making all these appointments and will start the check distribution at the Tuba City chapter beginning on Wednesday. So hopefully that will address all these commute to Window Rock. And with the other agency as well, Eastern Agency, we identified one of our hardship employees that live in Crown Point. If we can find an office space for her, then we can do the same arrangement wherein she can do check distribution at Eastern Agency. And Mr. Shirley, you want to add additional response to the questions?
Thank you, Madam Controller. Mr. Shirley?
No, I don't really have any follow-up response to what Madam Controller has already stated. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, then let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Madam Controller, I do have Honorable Otto So next in the queue. Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, thank you very much. Speaker, do you hear me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Okay. I was quoted that from a tribal employee from community development that I was playing politics on ARPA. And ARPA is part of the current distribution that we have pushed through. And to hear that the Navajo Nation Council, we did our job to get the funding out to appropriate and to authorize the releasement of hardship checks. And I don't know if this would fall in that line of playing politics, but there's actually lives affected by what's going on now. We have, again, authorized the usage of these funds, and funds, the legislation was signed into law. When the legislation was signed into law, the president of the Navajo Nation. He's the CEO of the executive branch. The implementation is supposed to happen. And I think to go on the store. I think to go short on the ya or they're trying to weather through what policies are there. And I always remind I get these questions here in Tuba City. And just by this communication, by this meeting right now, I got a person, Charlie. Can you check on the status of my check? Giving me her box number and so forth, phone number. And indicating that there's no communication from the office to the individual. I don't know why. And I'm glad that Madam Controller talked about the one phone number that's available, and there's 24, 25 individuals that the phone transfers to so that they can answer the call. And I do appreciate that, but I guess at this time, really have to find that solution of how can we or your office can improve that service there. As policymakers of the Navajo Nation, this should be fully, this implementation should have been going through as smoothly as possible. I like the fact that Mr. Arvin Mitchell provided some answers to some of the issues of why, and in that she's been, but it's a reflection of the administration, the way I see it. This controller's office regularly works under the executive branch, and it's in this hardship check distribution is in the ballpark, and it's in your field, and your job to implement and get these dollars out is very, very critical. Honorable Stewart talked about how can we come together, and I thought about it, but by law, council, we cannot issue checks. We cannot issue a lot of good jobs like what the executive branch does, and that hinders us to try to get in the midst of it. We should try to shed light to it and bring in to be addressed. So just like the person that texted me not too long ago, I'm going to go ahead and forward that as an email to Mr. Woolley and Madam Controller to address and call that person, communicate with them, and besides one of those that has gotten a check. The other, I am in communication with the Controller's office. The Madam Controller is aware of it, and she directed certain employees to take care of a matter, but that same individual that we were talking about texts again, indicating that there's no communication from that office. And I'm going to send another friendly reminder to the Controller's office to try to take care of that matter. And the other is that, yes, my chapter really assisted the Controller's office, because when the Controller's office came out to Tuba City, they sent one person out. This was the laptop. No hotspot or anything. No, I mean, I've had a cell phone, but no internet connection. And they put her into the trailer there, and then she needed internet. And our chapter manager called me, and then we had a conversation. Oh, chapter Navajo opposition. I think about a week and a half. I don't either. We haven't seen her again come back. But when these individuals are from the employees from the Controller's office are sent out, be sure that you send them out with everything: printer, scanner. I believe she didn't even have a scanner. She had applications or whatever she was giving out, but she couldn't scan any type of CIB or even making printing copies. Then odol koho anhan hachiniya koho eba bashna halit la aje ya now you yin dash this kid. People ask me, and it's just an issue of getting the program to really implement this. And I really hope that Arvin's listening. It's a reflection of the administration. Since you're speaking on behalf of the administration, I will speak to you directly. Say that this is it's unorganized. At one point, we were talking about bringing one of our tribal enterprises to administer this, and there was opposition. And Kaban Siske, what if we did that? Having that tribal enterprise work with the Controller's office to try to implement and get the hardship checks out. As with the enterprises, they're not subjected to the rules of the hiring process and so forth. But as Ani, AGA, Adenodo, but oh, but Abin, oh, you didn't die this kid for this and Herman Daniels, yeah, late and late, ne? The kid, I told that late the news because he and the other kid that got busy that the Holian later. I don't know, I don't think I didn't know that the Rakuko. Ya lini ade ya old country. Anit la ade ya papan sa case onsen administration day. Does the administration feel about that? Because that burden really putting it back on the people, because I see I don't have to look at alternative ways to try to improve and better the system. You know, ada zian sida case onsen. No, for instance, person got applied for a CARES Act, and he or she is a or ARPA, and he or she is a tribal employee. Now, automatically, you already have their AP number, you already have their census number, you already have their information, and most likely they're enrolled with direct deposit. Why don't you just direct deposit to them? No, onsen the the separation of powers. No, hashin ako paniyati o asin nihiyasula. Alit laik ad naba ashase Mr. Mitchell. Alit lak at pushing the ta ebe na azneto kat kot the whole dish. Ashit ashba ashase from the administration, because people don't deserve this. Mr. Mitchell, we authorize the usage and for those funds to be released. And the controller's office, her employees, Mr. Woolley and Mr. Shirley, can never pay so it cannot finish. Remember, the Navajo people is paying your salary. And they deserve to get this get these funds in timely manner. But no, jibin yen hata zin hit the yego Latin hata zin do even na do na nish yan haniya. Oh, ani katnak ani hacha skate. And ani ade yi night some people will take it as a positive side. People will take it as it's good. Remember, when we're out, when delegates are out here, we're the ones that are being accused that we're the one that are holding up the system. At these chapter meetings, maybe we can get Mr. Shirley to go to a chapter meeting and maybe send him to Key Island Brigade area and see what type of response he'll get from the community, because that nettle that data. It did be the case. But I saw that did okay. This one's under again. We made the law. We approved it. We appropriate the funds. Authorize the releasement of these dollars. Right now, it's in the hands of the executive branch and the controller's office. Try to get these dollars out. People really, really are looking forward to these dollars. I showed it. What the? Try to find a way to expedite these things, and what the? There's the door. There's someone else that would want to do that job. Those are just some of my thoughts. Oh, it doesn't have the kind of bunch of say what Even Nanko. What is catching the now horse cage the dog nick. And it's Nanzini what it asks you. Ya Zini did that. Oh, Ya, it's on ink that is in. Or as a public horse say, I shoot it. How for it? They did what I street on it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So I'm going to go turn the floor over now to Madam Chair Charles Newton, then I'll go back to the Madam Controller. Again, thank you everyone for listening in. We are having a discussion on the distribution of the Navajo Nation, actually an update and discussion on the Navajo Nation's Fiscal Recovery Funds Hardship Assistance Program distribution. We do have colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee who are asking questions and have concerns with regards to the Office of Navajo Controller and the Office of the President and Vice President. So with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Controller, for providing us this report and also for sharing information on what has been going on in your office. And I just want to say thank you to both yourself and also Wallace James, who have been responding to the emails that I have been sending in regards to those who have not received their ARPA checks. I have recently included President Naz and also Vice President Leiser and Paulson Chaco on those emails as well. And the reason for that is, as was earlier stated, if you're going to take credit for something, then you should also take credit for the bad things that are happening. And I'm glad that it has been said already that this administration is responsible for the fiasco that's happening right now with hardship. The council approved funding for this hardship with the intent of providing some assistance to those families out there who are in need as a result of what happened with COVID. It is a little bit frustrating right now that we have two presidential candidates that are referring to hardship as a welfare system, when I have argued in the past, and I will argue again today, that the hardship was intended to assist Navajo families who were affected by COVID. And each one of us were affected differently. And so it's a little bit frustrating knowing that we have President Jonathan Naz and Vice President Myron Leiser who are taking credit for the funds that are being distributed, but they're not taking credit for what is happening now with the hardship. So I will state that that it should be made known that what is happening is a result of the fact that no leadership has been provided to get these checks out. Specifically, Controller Begay, I know that in the past I've made this, I've requested, and it seems like nothing has been done, but our hardship team, they're temporary employees, they need to be making more money. $9 an hour is not enough money, and that's what we're paying some of our Navajo Nation employees. So it's no wonder we're not getting people to apply for these positions. So Speaker Damon, I would like DPM, Ms. Perfilia Fowler, on the line to answer as to why our hardship team is making what they're making now, and especially in light of the fact that some of them are now working 7 days a week because of the fact that, you know, we have a system that is not working right now, and the hardship team is taking the brunt of the abuse as well as the brunt of the frustration that's coming out from our Navajo people who have not received their checks. So I want to know why they are not making why they're not making comparable salaries. They're temporary, but as I stated, they probably are the only department or the only team right now that receives as many phone calls, emails, text messages coming in from the Navajo people. That's number one, Speaker. Number two is I've heard that there are 2 consultants that were hired. It was stated in this report as well. What I want to know is what are their responsibilities and have they completed it? We're paying consultants right now, probably millions of dollars that are going to these consultants. What we should be asking as leadership is what are their responsibilities? Are they getting it done? And how much are they being paid? Everything seems to be a hush-hush thing. We're not going to talk about it because privacy matters. Well, these are federal funds, and it should be put out there. So we need to know who are the 2 consultants that have been hired, and what are their job responsibilities, how much have they completed, and how much are we paying them. Number 3 is we need more than 1 active phone number. And I understand that you guys are limited, but I think if we were to advertise that we're paying $22 an hour for hardship team, for them to answer questions, for them to take names, CIB numbers, phone numbers, give status updates, I'm sure we will get plenty of Navajo people who want those positions. And I disagree, and I've heard this before from this administration and from the various enterprises across the Navajo Nation, that many people just don't want to go to work. I think that at least the people that I have met with, many of them are saying that they do want to go to work. The problem is they get stuck in background investigations. They get stuck in, at DPM for months. And then, some of them are saying that we don't have comparable salary, which is really the truth. The fact that we can talk about being the largest tribe and probably getting the most money of any tribes and our employees still making $9 an hour is shameful upon all of us as leaders. There's no excuse for that. So that's why I keep asking, what is our hardship team members making an hour? And how can we bump that up so that we can get more people to be employed with the hardship team so that we can get these checks out? And to get really what needs to be corrected. If it's a CIB correction, we should be doing that right now. If there are, people who are having issues with the application, we should be addressing that now. There should be some way that we should have already developed a form of communication that would allow us to be able to answer calls and to be able to provide information to many of our Navajo people. I sent out an email on May 10th and I explained that I called the IRS and I called them to find out, to make sure, number one, that they receive my tax information. And then number two, I was just checking up to make sure, that the refund that they sent, that they were going to be sending, that they had not already sent it, because I didn't receive anything. All I had to do was put in my social security number, and it provided me a status update, and it told me when I would be receiving my refund. It was quick and easy, less than 3 minutes on the call. I hung up, and it was a system that worked. We are sitting on millions of dollars right now. Why can't we invest in a system like that would allow people to call in, to punch in their CIB numbers and get a status update? I don't understand why that hasn't been implemented. I also don't understand how we can't rent tents, porta potties, why we can't get water out there, why we can't, set up chairs for people to sit down on while they're waiting. And I agree with Delegate Crotty that, what happened in Phoenix was really disgraceful. We have people who comment all the time saying that they're praying for the Navajo people, they're praying for the Navajo Nation, because as Delegate Otto so stated, many tribes did direct deposit. Why wasn't that an option? I think it would have cut down on, I believe what I was told is it costs $80 to print one check. $80 is costing the Navajo Nation to print one check. So when you get the address wrong and you have to reprint the address on it again, that's another $80. So I don't understand how all of this is where it's at today. So we do need active phone numbers and emails that people can send in their information to. And I don't know how busy you are, but I know that Delegate Vince James and myself, we offered at one point, to come in and to try to help. That would have been 2 extra people that you could have used, even if it meant us running around back and forth to deliver papers from table to table. It was 2 extra hands that you could have taken advantage of, but we were told that there's a conflict. It's not. I don't think it's a conflict. I think what we were trying to do is we were trying to help the Navajo people as much as we can. And so I know that Delegate Vince James and myself, we did volunteer to help as much as we can, but we were denied. We also, number 4 is the checks that are currently in Window Rock, can they be sent back to the people with the correct address? Keep in mind, because the change of address was never honored, the checks were printed and they were sent out immediately. The Navajo Nation now is going to have to pay an additional $80 to reprint that check and to correct that error when it should have been corrected from the very beginning. That's a lot of money. So for those checks that are currently there in Window Rock, how do we change the addresses so people who are living in Salt Lake and Denver, Phoenix, California can get their checks without having to drive into Window Rock? Number 5 is the address changes. We know that didn't happen because a lot of people are reporting that their checks were at their old addresses. Many of our Navajo people did go to the post office to do a change of address. So thankfully, in those cases, they did do that, so the checks were forwarded. But many of them did report that their old address was still on the check. Number 6, for those people who took hardship checks that didn't belong to them and cashed them, will these people be prosecuted? There are 6 individuals who have reached out to me and stated that they did file a police report, but nothing is being done. So, Speaker, perhaps we need to get the prosecutor's office on the line, because I was always taught, number 1, you don't open other people's mail. If your name is, if that's not your name on that mail, don't open it. And then number 2, you don't cash checks that don't belong to you. So if there are people out there who are doing this, and then people who are trying to scam the system, I really hope that we have prosecutors who are ready to prosecute these individuals and hold them accountable, instead of just, giving them a slap on the hands again and not letting them go. Because of these individuals, a lot of people are not receiving their money, or they can't receive their money. We're already expecting those who are deceased to have their family turn their checks back in. I don't see how it's fair that one person can receive their hardship check and somebody else's hardship check. So, Speaker, if we can get prosecutor's office on the line to let us know how they're handling those cases that do get reported to them, where checks do go missing, or where the the controller's office notices that an individual deposited the check through mobile deposit and then went to a check cashing place and then cashed the checks there as well. And then the last question that I have is regarding the chapter houses and the assistance that were offered through the chapter houses. You did say, I know that you did use Shiprock as an example, that there was information. I don't think that any information was sent out to the people, letting them know that they can call to the chapter to find out if their checks are still there in Window Rock. So, there are some chapters that are really great and they share information as soon as they receive it. And then there are some chapters that don't. They only share information with those who are who are close to them or those that they get along with. So I think that if you're going to send information to the chapter houses, then you need to let the communities know and let the people know that the chapter houses do have information on the checks, and to make them specific that they are checks that have been returned. And I will say the last thing is I'm gonna take responsibility with the number of calls that the president's office was receiving. I have stated it on Facebook that the president is the boss of you, acting controller Begay, and that if they cannot get their questions answered by the hardship team or by the controller's office, that they need to contact the president's office directly. And I posted that phone number and the email directly on Facebook, and I know that's probably why you guys are seeing an increase of phone calls there at your office. I've also got information from people who have said that the president's office has not been helpful, and some people are saying that some of the staff are trying to assist with getting information on their ARPA checks. I've also advised people on Facebook that they can contact their council delegates, and that each one of us, we do have cell phones that the Navajo people pay for, and that we should be sharing our cell phone numbers with the community members, so that in these types of situations that the people can communicate with us and tell us what it is that they need. So I think that, with what's happening with a lot of our people, especially those who are living off the Navajo Nation, we need to create a better system that allows them to be able to communicate with the hardship team. Controller Begay, I sent you one email from a family who is in Okinawa, Japan. And they even stated on that message that, they don't know if you would be able to call them because they are in Japan. And they haven't reached back out to me, so I'm hoping that they were taken care of. But colleagues, we do have active military men and women who are stationed in different countries that don't have the same time, that are not on the same time frame as we are. They cannot call 8 to 5. We also have active military men and women that cannot take their cell phones in with them to work. And so it's very difficult for them to try to call somebody at the hardship during the 8 to 5 time frame that they have here. And that's why I keep asking for an active email, an email that they can email their questions to, or even get a status update. Because our active military men and women, we always talk about veterans. Now it's election time, so I know our veterans are being used right now, but we have many active military men and women who are serving, who are protecting us, who do need assistance, and they're not getting the assistance with the 8 to 5 services that are being provided to the hardship. I think the only option that they may have at this time is if we as council delegates share our cell phone numbers with them and have them text us directly, or if we set up an email that they can send their names and CIB numbers to, with a phone number that hardship can call. I don't even know, hardship, if you guys are allowed to make international calls. And that was one of the questions that did come up with the family from Okinawa, Japan. But that entire family still hasn't received their hardship check as of the last email that I sent. I haven't received anything else from them, which is why I'm assuming that they did receive it. But in those events, we do have a lot of our active military men and women who they need help. They need somebody to to send in their information. So again, if delegates, if you could share your cell phone number that the Navajo people are paying for, your work cell phone, share it with your community members. Ask them if they need help with their hardship. Then just forward the information directly to Controller Begay. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for those questions. We are reaching out. I think those questions, if not, can't get a response from Dr. Fowler or the Chief Prosecutor, might have to get a follow-up from them, as they weren't invited immediately to today, but we are reaching out to their offices to see if they are available. But let me go back to the controller, Madam Controller, and our team. And then I think there was a question directly to Mr. Mitchell, who's representing Office of President and Vice President too as well. With that, Madam Controller, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And first question from Honorable Otoso. Again, I want to reiterate that we issued approximately 320,000 checks to date. That represents 75% of the estimated or the projected 405,000 enrolled Navajos. And we've been issuing checks averaging 100,000 per month. And that never happened before with OOC. And I would like to commend my staff for working after hours, weekends, just to print checks. We gave out over $1 billion in hardship assistance to enrolled Navajos impacted by COVID-19. And we will continually improve communication because there's just 6,000 or so previous CARES recipients that we have yet to provide ARPA assistance. The calls we're getting is slowed down, and we put a tracking mechanism to all the laptops, the iPad that the employees use, and we're tracking those employees that are not answering the calls. So we have a tracking mechanism just to make sure that we improve our service and the employees answer the calls. Regarding Honorable Charles Newton questions, first, request a hardship team to make more money than what they get. And of course, that's a DPM response, but I'm actively working with DPM to address this issue about raising the wages for the hardship team. We dealt a lot. There's like verbal abuse, death threats, bomb threats, and I agree that we need to raise their wages. And paying consultant. To date, with the hardship assistance program, we retained 2 consultants. One consultant did the conversion of the portal, the Baker Tilly portal, to an Excel spreadsheet so that we can analyze the data. And we paid that consultant $400,000 to do that. And of course, there was a lot of work to be done on that Baker Tilly portal. And then we paid another consultant to do the analysis of the data so that instead of paying the recipients the 1,350 or 1,500, it got converted into 2,000. And of course, the date of birth for the minors that turned 18, that was analyzed as well. And several analyses that consultant did. And the contracted amount for that consultant was $125,000. So overall, we paid $525,000 to 2 consultants to do this ARPA hardship program. And that's just a fraction of what we paid our previous consultant under the CARES that totaled to approximately 14 million. And for active phone number, there's one phone number posted on our website, but that's connected to 25 hardship employees. And again, there's a tracking mechanism so that we know who are not answering the calls and how fast they respond to the calls. And to upgrade our system, we're working on that. We're working on a request for proposal so that we can upgrade our system similar to what Madam Charles Newton stated, IRS system wherein it's more real-time information. So we're working on that as well. For number 5 question, print check. It costs approximately $1.50 to print check, not the $80. That's how much it costs. And I know we have to do a void and reissue for those still dated checks that that basically expire because we started issuing checks back in February and now it's June and some of them have not been collected. So we have to work on reissuing those checks. For the question on the old address, that we still have their old address even though they submitted the change of address forms. Again, the staff, they're caught up now, I believe, in inputting into the system the correct address. And we only have 6,500 to resolve the issue about the address and the CIB. So the plan is to correct all this and assist the 6,500 by in about 2 weeks. That's our goal. So by that time, all the ARPA recipients that are entitled to or CARES recipients that are entitled to receive ARPA assistance should have been assisted. Question of 6 individuals that cash another person's checks. Yeah, that's for the white collar crime to respond. We refer them to the white collar crime. Hopefully they can go after those individuals. And providing information to the chapter houses. Yes, we will provide that information. We will also plan to publish that information in the newspapers, on the newspapers, Navajo Times or Gallup Independent. And I just want to reiterate that the Office of the President was very helpful in providing assistance to OOC as well as to Vital Records during this check distribution drive, even though there are a lot of issues, but the return checks really went down from 8 to 10,000. Now it's down to 2,200. So despite all these difficulties, we're down to 2,200 of return checks. Mr. Shirley, do you have any additional information?
No information right now, but I would like to clarify a statement made by Otto So regarding the staff that we sent to Tuba City with no tools. I disagree with that because we wouldn't have been able to put that person at the Tuba City chapter without the cooperation of the chapter. From what I understand as well, we also have an email from the Tuba City chapter manager indicating they're willing to work with our staff and also provide Wi-Fi as well. But yeah, that comes as a surprise to me. I'll take a look into that and see what we can do to rectify that, but that's not how I heard things before. Thank you.
Speaker Freeland, can you put me back in the queue, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the response there, colleagues. Just let me see.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to Mr. Mitchell at this time. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you again, Speaker Damon. Mr. So, United Kikudo. We'll go ahead and I've heard that a number of times. The communication part. Then also to improve the services, meaning or using more for technology system. Ms. Newton, so I did give the temporary look into their salary. We'll go ahead and do that. Although working with personnel, see if we can increase their salary to retain these employees, then also to bring new employees on board. Also, right now, I think is that it's out of state. There's college students out there that are looking for a work site. So we'll go ahead and start working on see what we can do with these college students, even some high school students that are usually looking for a work site. Understand that we're being broadcast Navajo nationwide. 405,000 405,000. 3/4 immediate controller which is 75% of this 304. So we did a lot within the last 3 months. Just listening to the controller's office, there was 8,000 to 10,000 that had address issues. We're now down to 2,000. Also, we had a number of CIB issues, people using the same number, which decrease. The new enrollees, they cut by 8. So the 25%, just the new enrollees, and then also to correct all the addresses, the CIB issues again. And then also folks that are still waiting for their CARES checks again. I heard the controller said that we should be complete issuing those CARES checks within 2 weeks. So casting for as you know, Sagi, Ben Dashir Michigan, 400,000 need count Nakahat Alia. And 300 plus thousand, 75% I got mentioned by Sia. The Atobachina, Eliaki address by the Hunka. Ado sa CIB, ado ani of Panada Eliagi, Kutoshi Benani Nesto, Controller's Office, ado the executive branch, also the president and vice president. Speaker Damon, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. That, colleagues, again, thank you very much for being online here with us. I do have Mache, Honorable Kalen Begay. Let me go to you, and then Chairman Yazi in the queue. Honorable Kalen Begay. Going twice. Kalen Begay going 3 times. Chairman Yazi.
Yeah, Speaker, good afternoon,
Yes.
members of the council, and to all the presenters and our listeners. To Madam Controller, to the staff, I appreciate your work. I know when it comes to money issues, we all become somehow. And but it is good that the council had approved this funding to help our people, as we always say, for the record. I know we still have to decide on two legislations for the opera funding, and I know we're trying to get one or either of the legislation resolved. And I was just thinking that if we can't get that resolved, then maybe we should get all the money back to the people, using that $1 billion. And so, to help, because fuel prices has gone up, food has gone up, and it just the expense, in our daily lives is just going up. It don't seem to be going down. And so maybe that might be an idea that we can look into if we can't decide on which legislation to vote on or to approve. But I always say when it comes to finances, to money, it really is a touchy subject. But people do need help for water and for electric and whatnot. But I just want to say that I don't know if I could do this to make a directive and to Madam Controller and to staff. Like to make that motion. If not, then I can make it in NABI to make a directive to get the payouts to the individuals, to our Navajos that are waiting for their checks, to have a good customer service to our people from the staff. That would be in the directive. And then to direct also that the controller's office pay for security when there is visits within, just for the safety of our people. Like I said, we all, get a different vibe when it becomes, to money issues. And then my last directive, Speaker, would be to have the Office of Controller to return every pending message that is left with the office. Just a simple phone call saying, look, we're still working on this. We're looking into this. Just a simple callback. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 directives that I would like to do, and I think that's the only way that we can get things resolved. And so that would be my motion. If not, then we'll go ahead and wait until we're in a regular NABI session. Speaker, that's what I have to say. I don't want to reserve my time, and I'll leave it at that. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. With that, those directives, unfortunately, we're here at a work session, so maybe obviously to say the council, you're on the line, you heard those directives. What you do is probably collectively put that all in one directive at the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. Chairman.
Speaker, this is Ms. Barbara. Is it possible for our Office of Legislative Services to put that into a directive?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Thank you, Speaker, and the council, and everyone that's listening.
All right. Thank you. Let me move on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Good afternoon, Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair going twice.
Speaker.
Yes.
Around the 24th council mentioned that Rosini Kuro Pesabane Enigi Naki Skip Pesabahinte American Rescue Plan Act Funds Hardship Assistance Program Status Report, which said I remember what it was. They signed by Elizabeth Piquet. I have that copy. Everybody has the expenditure report. As I look on this expenditure report, this report was made today, June 6, 2022. And this report is such related to American Rescue Plan at Hardship Assistance Program status report. Earlier, Shinat asked Honorable Rick Nez, how much money do we really need in Hanoi? As a controller responded, we need about 16 million. As I review this worksheet that was put together by Elizabeth Begay, acting controller, all the information are not in this report. I think controllers should do a better report. It shows how much money are down the bottom line, the balance. Shows the worksheet that needs to be correct. Make it clear to make sure that the council that understand this worksheet. Show you this worksheet. So we need it so we can know how much money we need and how much money we're short and how much money are not using. And all this worksheet should be a very good tool for us to understand as a councilman. That's my concern, Shannon. Ado und the Craggy store, there's a concern from our constituents that there was a check that was mailed to Mesa and that was a fault under controller, sent the wrong check to the wrong address that was down to Mesa. And this gentleman asked, well, I never cashed this check. Anyway, I was asked about a month ago when we were talking about this money. This was probably it happened under CARE Act funds. It says they can't do much about it. Controllers state that because of this is a fraud that we can't issue another check to its individual. And I was thinking that, these checks are cash at the bank and they have surveillance data. Camera data. And check endorsement in open the day because the state card in cash in ASD or maybe controller to look into that matter. That was the issue. I don't that another person that concerns about, yes, we just talked about the wrong address or home to correct it. They're not up to date. Some of those are checks that can't be. They probably have a check, yes, at their office, but the individual needs to come from a South Dakota. And I asked them, I said, I tried before for 4 constituents they brought to my attention. I went over there to controller. I was just only asking as a being a council, these 5 individuals, do they have a check here to name that? It's confidential. We can't tell you, don't we? But then I was kind of pushed out through the door, and I didn't get any help. I was going to tell them that, yes, your check is here, controller that they should. But not this. So that I don't think it was. They don't put on that. That was confidential. So I was calling back. They live in South Dakota. I don't know if they came. And one individual from there said she hasn't received a check yet because there was correction that was made over here at the time. Yes, they came in. It is not. So we need to do a better worksheet like this, acting controller. Do a good worksheet as a county worksheet. Just not like maybe attached with your worksheet attachment and make every information in there, controller. I look at your worksheet and some of these are not money. Some of these are like people. How many people they haven't get checked or based on the based on I don't think that the comparison, the budget and also actual expenditures. We need a good report. Acting controller, I'm concerned about your worksheet. Okay, the one you have for today, June 6, 2022, is all the way down to anybody. Thank you very much. Just for the record, to a acting controller too, you need to state that the CARE Act federal fund, I think, is closed. Let's make that announcement. Can we do anything? Once federal fund is closed, we can't do much about it. This CARE Act is closed now, actually closed, so the people can hear, understand it. But over 100 people are on the line listening. Ekonsoba has speaker here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair, for those questions and recommendations. With that, let me move on down to Vice Chair Walker, then I'll go back to Madam Controller and her team. Vice Chair Walker?
Yes, can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good afternoon, Speaker Damon, council members, colleagues, staff, legislative staff, and then the Office of the Controller, your staff as well, Madam Controller, OPVP, and then everyone, all the offices, all the departments, all the agencies that are on this call with us this afternoon. And then the listening public, our relatives, our community members, our constituents that are on the call with us. Appreciate that audience also that are listening, that have taken an interest in this discussion here. It will be an interesting scenario if we were all together in person. It would be historical, I would think. Focus in on an area of concern here, the way we are right now. But we're all virtual, so I guess that's for safety and conveniences. This is a matter of great importance, high importance to Navajo Nation, Navajo people, as well as the federal government, because that funding, they are probably listening to us on this call and tracking, how we talk about funding, their funding, which is given to us, which is now our funding. But knowing the federal government, they like to monitor and track and so forth. Washington, a lot of the issues clearly came out during this time Q&A, and of course the information provided by the controller and her staff also, that's pretty clear. Leadership asking questions, making comments. A number of things that I didn't know or could have known, of course, was that had been brought to light, and that's appreciated. So knowledge, information is good. To be informed is good. Otherwise, if you don't have that, then you somehow are seen as part of the problem, or could be part of the problem. Then more questions come up from those that are asking the questions, or even not. We are in position to communicate and disseminate information to our chapters and our constituents and to our community members, to the public. In a good way. I guess that's where it starts. That's the least we could do, is provide good, correct, accurate information, useful information. That's a good start. And so, I just want to express my appreciation to the Office of the Controller for the administration of funding, in this case, hundreds of millions of dollars going directly to the homes of our people, going to the help this situation we're in, this unprecedented and very troubling, challenging, dangerous pandemic. But echo, beso yar, kota, ben hikaito, which what ashi bansa case, Sydney or Nebenand, beso, jadelia, di da bedole, divjo, what a dog, lita di digi. It sounds like a lot of it has been dispersed, and certainly my appreciation for that. I represent coal mine in Cameron, Birch Springs, Loop, Tulani Lake chapters. Oh, just thinking, and I do say this during my during our chapter meeting calls, is that just kind of speculating in a way, in a good way, to say, I wonder how much funding, how much hardship assistance came to our community here. Ada, if you were to measure that, if you were to account for that, and then you times that by 5 or at the other communities, it's quite substantial. And never has that happened. Well, it has happened, and there are still remaining payments to be made. And there are issues, a lot of issues, serious issues with the system that's in place. But we didn't plan for this. I don't think anyone planned for this. So the funding that was administered, that was dispersed to the people and to our people that have received that funding, have used that. But that was what to help themselves with it. It did quite bad. These are a lot of issues that were brought up, that came to light and are being addressed. I appreciate that. I too have a list of concerns and maybe complaints and grievances, but some have been mentioned. Some have been discussed here. So I would leave it at that. Thank you, colleagues, for making this afternoon an afternoon of concentration, focus on these areas of assisting our people very directly, and then hundreds of thousands of people with hundreds of millions of dollars. But again, of course, this is very serious. So the magnitude of the flow of financial resources and all that's involved, years from now, we will look back at this and say, we could have done better, but that was the best we could do. And then most of all, we did it. So, Speaker Damon, I appreciate the time you allowed me here to speak, say a few words. I did have questions and some concerns, but they were already expressed and they are now on the record. And I join my colleagues in saying, okay, let's do more, let's do better. Let's bring this ARPA hardship funding assistance to closure. And then let's move on to the ARPA expenditure plans. All the branches and all the leadership that are elected and non-elected leadership, it's greatly needed here. Western Agency, Ada Bevike says, Echo, Anna Fosnanta, it is agate out or Nisiat, it or the seat out. And I thought, when you cases and so on, such case, that communication is very, very critical here. Ada, the net, now then this brings about more questions. when people try to calls are unanswered or emails, they just bring about 10 more questions and then people share that. But as you know, one person may represent a large family. It may be their family that they're concerned about or who needs that assistance. It's not one person, you know. If there's 10 calls, each call probably represents a household, kids and grandkids, elders. But the net had just like we are as delegates, you know, we represent thousands of people from our legislative districts. So our concerns, our questions are on their behalf. So this is like a nation speaking, you know, to our government, our mother government. But thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go ahead and go back to the Madam Controller. Madam Controller, if there's any response at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, Honorable Yazi's comment or directive, just to clarify, so we plan to get all the payments to previous CARES recipients that are entitled to receive ARPA assistance. There's remaining 6,500, and we plan to resolve all these issues in about 2 weeks and issue them the checks. For the good customer service, we will keep that under advisement, and we will again emphasize that to the Hardship team to maintain good customer service and pay security. Yes, we doubled our security because of all these threats that we receive. We basically have 4 security personnel assigned to OOC now. Before it was just 1, so there's added 3 more to total to 4. And the last one, return every pending message. So we will direct the staff to do that. And as I stated, there will be a tracking mechanism for those that not answering the calls and not returning the calls. Honorable yellow hair question about the fraud committed by an individual by cashing another person's hardship check. We reported that to the white collar crime, and they should be able to assist on that since it's federal money, and we only assist per CIB. Once that CIB has been posted as paid, we will not be able to issue another check. And of course, we are working on our website to make it more interactive. All this information that we're providing regarding the ARPA hardship will be posted on our website once we get that working to be more interactive. And we will develop a better report, if you will. But based on this report, we try to compare the budget to the actual and then break it down by adults, minors, on reservation and off reservation recipients. And Honorable Walker comment, those ARPA recipients on reservation, we can further break it down by chapter community based on their address, if you will, and provide you with that information. But according to this report, ARPA recipients that live on reservation total to 181,328 Navajos, amounting to $300,571,600. That's a lot of money that went on the reservation residents. And off the reservation, 138,566 Navajos, and they receive hardship assistance amounting to $230,825,600. So overall, as I previously stated, over $1 billion in hardship assistance were given to enrolled Navajos that were impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you again. I also have Dr. Fowler on the line. She can answer some personnel questions. Dr. Fowler?
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. What? Yeah. Ados not on the city. I then had that so busy though. That is not something shady could dosh edge. My dish giving short to the chini, but she's chin. Kappa edash chego. Ash edashanale. So this ahol yeda. I then used to shake though. Tell a dip not on the knee. Not the sheep get destiny to Aj a yash and on the shishako. Keh. Quashaho a igi do kadosh and Lenny. Na a death kitty do qua a banda any. Ihe shas twi Suzani. A kit dos a tilken. Kodo a ya beso. Belata so shin do hitchin hodalia and hit the nebitchin hodalia. But here hill. Hashto it ado le Joanni edo bashed at the neat ed and then ko Isis a code ado de kodosh and I de kidishin sato behanades. I laid a qua at the anast a nast a peso he il kid o de the arch peso not Georgia arch that nishi. Though a sa acqui is ida argent that nishi satata. Doba a days and late hats out that you don't take of this argo. A cornella a bitch at Nahelia. A co arja nast a peso here is kid or is any a sheep things up and take care. She should show her the scala a Nantanil eat but the hodelia a quado arja Department of Personnel Management many business shield next door a argent that the sheep but the hodelia. Although I a yata oh you done Sandy the never caught the never Washington days and she oh you at the you had to be in the hall yeah I got a not be the need either a ben not the ben not days nish other thing action in his talking naliketed and Lenny and need and that is the beats at the thought that go better hegi deep like a J internship program this e about net or papa na huita. Doshi e opat ben huita, the huta or nito qua if you don't nectar a yisabakachana needs and Ado Kajatin al Kahuliege Office of Background Investigations Nini do Hatahatne. Ado today is not initiated and the Nebetala but has under AIMS station a RJ Hashin Southern Hita Kede the Nestle the criminal history report station. Hate aho ladishan na Lenny Jesse Delmar. RJ is not initiated at these needs bin yes that native upon a kite. Also, what Edole, Okoti Aja Department of Personnel Management, when Yenny a pool of applicants, they Hashine lied up its ahas, Nelina, Nishikan, Chana Nizani to AI down Office of Controller Besoya Halyanja Hardship Team, A Bicholia, Aronana Sla A Office of Vital Records, Bichonana Lia, Akonde A Arjanat Ani Lini, Dikone Law Edition, Lini Abe Banana Sla Aja, Jo A Quajibicholia. Aro di ani dinish halet a toton da nita dot the host dogo tentan da atini ni din akoni his quadra vital records j tet that on that they are on the toy sat up they need gaho arjubich will ako o you ya hetans and other has twiddle sunny that is a da a settle dot data they other now kishta yenaga wheelchair the yenaga arts hiso bana wheel di and up and take his website with the nini RG quadro update ni o you the nen nini hitch at the hasnet ako quajitan hitch honal ko ani customer service that nini asa ni no then he hold need to asa be hold need ako anet the has na ito ni hizaba ta hasnya wa ashko den dishno the neck at you on the edgy awel yani na atsi shikado shidna hajon ni hitch has na abijno yene glido anjno hilka aneja arodi put beso that is ani jadi asa Wangona has Estlalt Egos, Twido Sani, Ejoena Kid, the Miliage, Coat Ende, Estlalt Ego Enes, Na, the Miliage, Jocone, La Eya, Bitch Equilia, Ado Tralta Echene Es, Stradenes, not Dean, Coat Ende, Echinates ago, Ashat, the Tlatat, that the Miliage, and said Bettin. Peso dobo jokone na bicholia you all ye peso akoyin na sa da hosla ado inna aje etita ahil on ba jeta hat akohalet ala she aje pashne peso wal ye do tit all ye akonde halet apa atil ni jokode abe ni jai baka so we're doing the best that we can donite ya alakana Ado kote ya hashine na ya ahenizen. Chicago should national ahnoshini o you ya ahetans and do ahetan hilne. Dodo after it's either. Ako ado DPS Division of Public Safety will yeni edo ahebedini konahan natantra. As of today, June 6, 2022, our total tribal enrollment is 405,497. Okonzago ilkishik edo shidne. Leo April 1st, 2021 at 399,494. Okos tade de milliage doba anta big ehoteko hotza. Eshil to on a hapa honosen. Oko ehe di hidini do le dohon sokoshi. Bet ahanasi dole adon juno bayat hiton juno shi ikilka adil wato sat adil nilto beso bichonada dol nilto belanada otleta jot ekodon hinandishin leni naha hensen odishni do naha hasen do nihe inchne shikedo shidne kunsaga hananasi dole na shiaj.
Oh, thank you. That Mr. Mitchell, does that conclude your follow-up?
Yes, Speaker.
All right, thank you very much. Let me go back to the floor. Then I do have Honorable Charlene So in the queue. Honorable Charlene So.
Oh, thank you, Shajaa. Honorable Chair Damon, thank you. Adonanayat 24th Navajo Nation Council and Naabik'íyáti committee members. Madam Controller. Report ni hit in lagi ado ishjanabe asto askets nelgo ado the question checks hanik dagi ado ishi benaya hold up so that energy ako aj benaya shadana in lay Utah constituents Utah Navajos
بدأت إيجي كوين شغلش أهنصو دي كوين يدا نكتمو يدا أدو كوين وشتان لي كوين salt lake كده هات إنجي shouldn't they have the concern there, Madam Controller. They have been reaching out to your office for weeks and it turned into months. In 2 to 4 hours they've been put on hold. And when a certain amount of time passes, the phone call ends and they lose their spot in their queue. So and there are in dire need. I have several constituents that have to pay medical bills. COVID, it has affected many of my constituents in the state of Utah again. So what is the plan and how are we continuing to do the follow-up for them, Madam Controller? That is my biggest concern. Right now, I have a family in Salt Lake that is debating whether they should drive down, and with the little means that they have, they are barely going to make ends meet to make the trip down here to follow up on their application. And I have another family that has these bills, medical bills, and they have to continue paying for it for them to get the services that they need. Now, again, I know that this question has been delivered by my colleagues in a different manner, in a different way, a different verbiage, but I need better clarification. What is the plan? And I know that the census part is a big concern for me. The census ego, and what does that mean? I'm just so concerned because of privacy matters. How do we progress forward? I know that with the shortage of staff and the stress that the Office of the Controller employees go through, they on a daily basis they are harassed. They are pretty much cussed out. And I've been told by one of your staff that recently resigned that he was called a particular name, and with that he realized that the stress wasn't worth it for his mental health and his physical capacity. And that worries me some, is what our staff are going through. And what are we doing to really provide for them, to give them that necessary support? And right now, again, I just need a plan. Is there a possibility that we can hire some additional help from a firm, an outside source? Because, again, we're facing more problems and the COVID cases are rising again. And what does that mean? The question us on that different viruses, different sickness is approaching us. And not only that, we are facing hardship again with the gas prices. The gas prices are pretty much putting everyone in debt. I have families that are pawning to make ends meet, to pay their utility bill, to pay for their car bill. And not only that, with this drought, the prices of hay and livestock feed, it is a stressful time for my constituents all across the Navajo Nation. And what are we doing now? And this is a time where we as council, Naabik'íyáti committee members, we need to strategize. How are we going to provide some of this economic relief to our people? Our people are losing things. I've had a few people reach out to me to even ask me if I could loan them money so that their car won't be repoed. Those circumstances and those situations are happening today. It has happened yesterday. It has happened last week and a month ago. And what does that mean for our students? We have college students starting their summer programs now, and then going into fall. when they don't receive their hardship money, their last resort is to borrow money on a loan. Interest. They pretty much pay back more than half of what they borrow. And, we're trying to support our students, and yet we are just putting them more in debt. And now we have several students that are even considering waiting a semester to see if the economy will improve. Now, what does that mean for us leaders too? How do we push them? How do we provide that support to them? That is my biggest concern. I know your concerns. I know of your struggles, and it's all around. And my family are even struggling. We've had many people that have passed and departed from us. It has been a very stressful time this past month, especially finding the means to bury their loved ones, and me looking out for assistance and reaching out to help, to do anything that I can to help them. And all of this, it just makes me feel a lot of emotions for my people. So, along with that, Madam Controller, I hope that we can strategize, and if another meeting to be called to help assist and maybe come up with another plan to alleviate this problem. We need to do better. Our people are struggling. And you walk out, it seems like everything's okay, but we are actually in trouble. We're struggling. People are hurting. And right now, some of our families are even being turned down with assistance because of Social Security. They cannot even apply for food stamps. They cannot apply for certain benefits at their chapter house. And all of this problem is happening every day. It's not just within one area, but with what we can do legislatively, we've done, and we need to make sure and follow through that these payments go out to our people. That is our job. Now, how can we get it done effectively and immediately? Now, going back, the communication needs to be strong with our constituents. Hiring student workers, a human resources department, how can we put this in line for them so that it can help and it will provide some experience and training? And, of course, our students are trying to save up for money. They face so many hardships during this pandemic. And moving forward, I just want to make sure that as we go into another, I'm hoping that this next wave of COVID is not going to be as much damaging as before. And right now, our economy, it's not looking too well. So, Madam Controller, I want to hear more of what you can tell us, what we can do too, and how we can help more. I know that there's some things that legislatively we can try, but I feel like we're just stuck in the same circular motion where there's no progress, there's no exit. And every day people are feeling the effects of it. And more are feeling effects every day. So please, we really need to do something. And the time is calling now. It's not tomorrow. It needs to happen now. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Shirley. And so with that, let me go to Chairman Daniel. So on the line.
Oh, yeah, it's a Tele.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Floor is yours.
Oh, let me make it as short as possible. We realize a lot of the
same comments are going along the same veins of thought right now. However, number one, I know there's a great waiting list for getting copies of the CIBs at all the agency offices. And my question to Mr. Duncan is, what is the rate of approvals of these CIBs? That is the one requirement. I have constituents that say they got the CARES Act, and when it comes to the ARPA, they submitted their paperwork, but denied because they don't have a CIB. And I have many constituents that are waiting. They've either submitted through emails to the Crown Point office, since that's where the district I represent report to for the CIB. How can we get progress to occur? Some of the other issues, these folks also, ones that are originally from the Eastern Agency that are now off reservation, they're basically trying to get their CIBs from the Window Rock office. And it just seems like we're still working on the 70s and the 80s system, and we need to modernize. If an email or a document that is emailed to a court and that's posted as an exhibit to a court case, how come this 638 program can't accept emails with and why is this office asking for originals? Some of these folks don't want to give up their original birth certificates in the aspect of the office or the system losing it. And there would be a great another flow to go to the state offices to get an original or a replacement birth certificate. So that's the part that I'm really concerned about. And again, it's like I'm trying to be positive and let's make it work. And Madam Controller Begay, we appreciate the fact that you stated that, we're up to 75%. As within any performance, getting up to the next 76, 78, getting to 80, getting to 90 is just it's that much harder. And those last few percentages are the ones that are having difficulty. The ones that are already given their checks, those were the easy ones. Now we're dealing with the ones that are having problems with the system. That's what I think the intent and purposes of our comments, our questions, that's where we're focused on. How do we work the bugs out of this last part of the systems to get to the point of 100% hardships going to all the enrolled members of the Navajo Nation population. That's where we're at. And I guess it's necessary. It seems like, and part of the problem could be our own Navajo Nation IT. They put in all kinds of firewalls to
to get and I know from, for new people that are emailing me, I'm not getting them. And so that part, do we have somebody from IT, the Navajo Nation IT office, to go through those emails to verify that they are valid emails from our Navajo people? Maybe those emails aren't getting to the office of the controller or to the office of vital records. That's where we need coordination. And again, if there's vacancies, Dr. Fowler, you said that you have a pool. Well, let's get that pool of applicants over to OOC so she can select from those people, and let's get the folks hired to help. That would be that coordination, the collaboration. I mean, to make a system work, there has to be communication upwards and downwards across. We're now to almost like being a very much integrated organization, and let's not operate in the silos. That we see, we continue to see that. So that would be my comments and statements, and with the utmost confidentiality, I'll email specific names and dates of birth and census numbers that they provide to Mr. Duncan for him and his staff to verify. I have constituents that say, I guess I'm a non-Navajo as far as the Office of Vital Records is concerned. And they are people that are in the 60s and the 70s, all the way to the 40s. So how could their CIBs, how come they can't be printed and referred to OOC directly rather than sending it back to the enrollee, and then the enrollee has to submit it to OOC? Let's work on the system improvement. Thank you, Satilla, Honorable Chair Naabik'íyáti, Seth Damon. So, Shannon, all the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, your LDAs, and all the chapter officials that are on the call, as well as our constituents far and wide, listing that Madam Controller provided. It looks like we're almost in every state of the United States, and even in Canada and other foreign countries. So this ARPA funding has, in effect, worldwide impact, worldwide effect. In a lot of ways, every dollar helps. That's where we need to help our people.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman. That let me go to one more colleague, and I'll go back to the floor, or go back to this and controller colleagues. Just let everybody know if you're joining us, we're having a work session on the Navajo Nation's fiscal recovery funds, specifically on the hardship distribution. So again, there's questions from members of the Naabik'íyáti committee asking Madam Controller and Office of the President, Vice President. Just as a heads up, Mr. Mitchell, I don't know if you got that request. I don't know if Mr. Ron Duncan is on the phone, but maybe you could help assist in getting him to as well. Have him stand by. But let me go to Honorable Freeland at this time. Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, Kellen, put me back in the queue.
Okay. Honorable Freeland, going twice.
Thank you. You're joining a call with more than 4 people. Please mute your phone.
If no, let me go back to Chairman Nez, Chairman Rick Nez.
Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable colleagues. Ms. Begay, I just want to say thank you very much for taking the time to provide us some necessary information that we need to work with our constituents. I just got a text message from California. A young lady has been trying to get her check, and she's applied 4 times to your office, and I don't know what happened, but I would definitely like to try and help her. I'm going to give her a call here at 6:30 tonight, and I'm going to email you the information that I hope your office would help her. She's in dire need, and she is Navajo, and our people are out there struggling and having a difficult time, and they deserve this money because this is their money as well. So, Madam Controller, appreciate the work that you all do. And also, could you have someone from your office translate, maybe Mr. Arvin Mitchell could translate the route that some people who do not have their CIBs, and also those with addresses that are lacking, what they need to do algorithmically. We would appreciate that. Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, thank you. Let me go back to the Madam Controller. Madam Controller. Then I'll go to Mr. Mitchell, and hopefully Mr. Duncan's on the line too as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First question from Honorable Charlie Zill. So there's, based on my report, there's only 6,500 previous CARES recipients that have not received ARPA assistance. And we anticipate to issue their checks in 2 weeks to assist them. So the plan is once we're done issuing the checks for the 6,500, it means all the CARES recipients have been assisted by the Office of the Controller, and we will only focus now on new applicants or new enrollees. But of course, we do not have enough funding to do that. We're only budgeted for 345,000 enrolled Navajos, but as Dr. Fowler stated, there's 405,000 enrolled Navajos on their system to date. So we really need additional funding, and legislation 008622 will provide supplemental funding for hardship assistance in the amount of 120 million. Without that funding, we will not be able to assist the new enrollees and those Navajos that did not apply for CARES last year, but are now applying under the ARPA Hardship Assistance Program. And we are continually hiring employees. We can hire student workers. DPM waive the requirement for a background check. So we can immediately hire the applicants without going through that long process of obtaining their background checks. And with regards to the question from Honorable Daniel, so regarding the CIB, I'll have Mr. Ron Duncan respond to that, but our part is that we have access to the vital records database, and we're using that to address this issue about sharing CIB. We're trying to identify the individual that owns the correct CIB number, and of course, Vital Records has to provide the correct CIB number for the other individual. So that's the issue that we're working with Vital Records Office. And with the Honorable Nez concern about a constituent or a Navajo that lives in California, yeah, you can go ahead and email the concern directly to me, and we can respond to that right away. On the, and of course, the same issue with the change of address, part of the 6,500 CARES recipients that have not received their ARPA assistance because of address issue. We're planning to just go ahead and print their checks, but we will just put general delivery. And of course, we cannot mail those checks. They have to come in person to pick up their check. But if they're out of state, we can make arrangement to mail them as soon as we get their correct address. And I'll have to refer to Mr. Shirley on respond to about Honorable Charlie So's question about the support staff that they've been contacting the office for weeks. Can you answer that, Mr. Shirley?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody again. Yes. In regards to the lack of phone calls or answering phone calls, I mean, our staff have been answering the phone calls. I mean, I think, you know, some of the things I've said in the past is the fact that, you know, even though we had the 25 people on the phone calls, especially early on in the year, we had over 5,000 people in queue. And so the staff was having a difficult time keeping up with that. I have my team leads here now too. And it's, you know, in terms of the phone call, the rates have gone down. So they are doing their best to answer the phone calls. We do have some issues at times, technical issues where, you know, the staff are waiting for a phone call to come in and there's nothing coming in. So, I mean, granted, I think there are some technical issues on our side. We're trying to resolve those as well. But we do our best to answer the phone calls and answer the emails as well too. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go over to Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you again, Speaker. I have Mr. Duncan on the line, so I'll have him answer that question on CIB. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Duncan, good evening.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, members of the 34th Council. Ron Duncan from Vital Records, and the question from Council Delegate So is why do we request for originals of birth certificates and other legal documents? In our experience with this hardship, we've actually seen a lot of forgeries, alterations of birth certificates. And the example I can give you is that sometimes people are born and leave the hospital and they don't have their name declared on their birth certificate. For example, someone leaves the hospital and the state issues a birth certificate under baby boy Yazi, for example, okay? And we've seen birth certificates come in, they're copied, they actually type in their name that they use, but that's not their legal name. We have to refer back to their original birth certificates as issued because that establishes their legal name, okay? And that's why we insist on seeing the original birth certificates. Since there's money involved with a lot of this, sometimes people do alter their documents just to get things going, but that's primarily the reason why we do that, is because we do need to make, we have to have an eye on fraud and things like that, and things of that order. So that's the biggest reason why we do that. But in our work here, though, I think the biggest issue is that people haven't really updated their information, in quite a long time with the enrollment office. People get married, people get divorced, they had name changes, but that information isn't provided to us, okay? And that's the big thing that has been apparent with hardship. Folks who have done that, it's been easier for them. They just provided the updated information. Their information is correct as far as their addresses, and they get their checks. Now, the people who haven't received their checks, they tend to be a little bit more problematic in terms of updating their records and such. And so, I just go back to the issue of the baby boy Yazi on birth certificates as the best example of that. But in terms of modernizing of what we have here, I am totally with you all on what we need to do here. I've been here more than 3.5 years, and from what I've seen, gosh, we certainly need to upgrade our information. We've got our website up and going, okay? But we certainly have a ways to go in order to modernize what we need to do here. And because of what's been happening with this enrollment database, that's the information that the controller's office is using. It's not the best out there, and we're trying to make do with that. And but we certainly need to clean up our data, and that was mentioned before. And there was the issue of RFPing for a contractor to help us with that, just to help with hardship, but eventually going back to coming with better data with our travel enrollment, okay? As far as within our own office, we are hiring a network person. It took quite a while, but that is something we certainly is needed here. We relied on the Department of Information Technology to help us to get something going, but we need someone to actually pinpoint these issues and get on task and solve some of these issues. But that's where we are right now. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, does that conclude your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay, and then go back to the second round of request to speak. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah, it's wait around the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee about people that are on the line though. My question directly goes to Ms. Begay, Madam Controller. Yat Asa. I tried to just listen here, but there's there's this people that I think I need to speak for them. They live out in the remote areas. The elderly that I sent out some information to you, Madam Controller, but you responded back that they already told me that the checks have been issued. But when you visit them, they say that we haven't get it yet. And so what do they do when they say that they haven't get it yet? These are elderly, and the ones that I've been going to their mail out in the Wells area. They have to drive about almost 20 miles back and forth just to check on their mail. And it's frustrating if it's not there. And they're frustrated, and they say that I'm up to the point where I'm giving up. I don't think I will never get it. So the attitudes like that, these are people that I think they need help. And they say that we've been using their phones. So the phones that they have is just governmental phones. And I'm pretty sure all your staff there has iPhone. Pretty sure they have it. 2 of them too. But these people have just only the free phone that they get, and they try to use it to call in. And I think we need to really and we need somebody to evaluate these staff there or what's going on. I try to just to listen to it, but it seems like I have to say something on behalf of these people. And there's an elderly, and I visit twice. I just want to make sure she got any kind of information. But when I got there, she said she went to Gallup, and that she pawned all her she's a coffee. Her buckskins and her basket that was given to her through her ceremonies. She had to pawn it, but she has to go back over there and get that pawn back out. But that's how every day they try to live. We need to really get this. I mean, we have to be serious about this. I mean, people are living in that way of life, and these are coffees, and they live like that. And I think you guys need to really consider this. People that are all involved in this hardship, even with Mr. Duncan's, your staff, and they need to really somehow to help these people. So today, I was over at Veterans meeting, and there's some elderly that came up to me and they told me that people, the kids in the Phoenix area and out in the Tucson area, they haven't get it yet. So I told them that just give me the information, I'll send it in. And once we do that, I'm not sure, like I said, that they'll say, responding and say that, these checks are being mailed out to them. But over here, they say they haven't get it yet. So what do they do? And like people are saying that they call in. There's nobody. I heard one of the staff in there to say that no matter what we get, we answer all these calls, but we listen to constituents. They say that they've been calling in. Nobody's answered those phones. So I think we need to really. I want to say this on behalf of my community out here in Dalcon, in the Wells, in Greasewood area, and that's one question that I think. What do they do if you guys say that it's been mailed out to them? If they say, if the community members say that we haven't get it yet, what's the next step? What do they do? Maybe share that with us, and so we'll know. And the other one is there was 17 million that was given to you by the ARPA funding, or the fundings that were given to you. I'm not sure if how many is been used and what is been spent on. to try to improve the finance office, your controller's office. So maybe give us an information report back to us. So maybe we'll know that that this money is being used on behalf of the people to enhance to process these checks. So I think that'll be my two questions that I have. So, Speaker, that's all I wanted to say. Yeah.
Thank you. That we go ahead and go on down to Che, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, am I in the queue, Freeland?
Yes, Honorable Freeland, I called on you again, and you didn't
Hear
answer.
you. Sorry. I thought, okay, I didn't hear you. My bad.
Speaker, yeah.
Oh.
Hashim Bahnadis, Kodo, the Tatin the Bayan, Tigi. One area, Kodo, would be more beneficial to the general population of the Navajo Nation. The key, I think there needs to be a regular schedule of a presentation or information being disseminated to the public by the radio, through the radio. Today, Ms. Begay and I believe the other staff, I sent you an email. I think it was during the weekend of the the Memorial Day. I asked if this is legitimate information. The Shnor Cornishla never got a response back. But I do share information with the public. So if it wasn't legitimate, I didn't want to post it and have people drive all the way into Winter Rock for this reason. Ako to an hiaja hit ahota at the nebaza jipe the nebis chinat akoko akuna esana atle adotik at any Mr. Duncan Bataisen Giti a penina a ashunda then he pays that or the CIB that haki I sigi that they not ja I would egg was the nebby can now shield to yat Ehenson. John Lampes of Sun and then again the KTN and is our enterprise. I mean, why do they need to? Why do we need to pay for the public announcements? I think this is a public announcement portion that I believe that the radio station needs to help pitch in to get these information sent out to the people. One recommendation again, based on my recommendation from this morning. The nan linigi job be bahna jo ayat Johnson so bahna si tolle akoko dik at the nan linigi in the olle adohit out the linigi ki jo ikodo jo job chinat. Or the other thing that I wanted to ask is who really determines where these locations going to be. Failet IC could Nana Dole, who really determines that, the scheduling. So like I said, I think there should be a rotation of agency level. And then not only Kidat Taho, Nada and Taho, Ad, and then Linigi, Babanet, Aho, Hailet IC, Quakinana Johanni, George not Akoko, George. Schedule and to the Nebis Ishan and George Awo was shield to do what they can, because you can't just announce something that's going to happen tomorrow, because a lot of our Navajo people they got to make it they got to accommodate to request for obviously it's probably leave from work to attend this particular event. On Sinate Ahaki Ade Hajon Benas Nisto Leki Ejo Beslana Neslo Beslana Kahoyat Jondo Lekinson. Dot Ego go Ecuador Hajo Dikadit Nan Diniki Puppet now toss Diniki Batch Il Nisto Batch Yado Lake Aquaki Hot Ego Edo. So I can legal Kodo. Jot asah din yan niya kwa gi ba cha hoti za do le chu ko ai ko do ba ban si ki so ai ba la na ni zin ko kwa gi shi ni ani de so ha zan has on that so ai ko o da this call ni set ani hot ko khajlat nan lingi chu to is lo khajlat ne calling nane do listi ka de si ki ko o da this call John sit no ben hit ben John sit a be ben hit yet in last ko highlight ko alab di ko do ni hin last like today I attended 2 chapter planning meeting we ha o zi do na ya ha zi ad ko di ego ko na ha do di a je ko di apro be na hot egi lat 8 I sit o be na ni needs na ko je regular the initial kila ehit ela jona ne sto ko pendang hot ko do the HES committee the chinit on the person kwa ge na hot egi at the Chinle agency has on ko she thought ne hot baby chen has a dutch or indo leki office she hot done that the custody that this called that then especially the CIB office in probably at all agency hot because it's just not the with opera funding that they're asked to get their CIB, which is election officer to do what a next you need the original CIB, but only because the students so you because they're being asked they're being asked to bring their copy of their CIB other areas and they have the application that they let the CIB the bedal kid or what ego scholarship and application that is ko e kwaki ki hot ati kwaki dikat apra niji ego non ohon ko ini zone koje the daily other function of the Navajo Nation government that I see is going to be diminished on halen sto ko hotel nan dinigi ego sato ya hata tsilate ko hasat se ko or sach oba yati hito ni dop shit nishe ni hit based on only clinicing last chapter then they ko jon hit and last sa bi thata di kha ko kujula administration executive branch she lady up has ang gunda e ko oh na dinigi pa kha na te snow da pahanas se zige ko eshite ko do ye ko jo ko do executive branch do chief of staff for that is hot ego ko do la te ben hit yat ko halet ale aj such that initially a be hot da ini ko gunda te ne isi betik ado ya hatot sto in na ga haki jo ba hotit sa do pa paket has do khong ka hot a do yen na ta to le to ye to khon na da na ti ta to le ko I just zeno ko hot apa hanana sit the speaker. So again, it would be very nice if the controller's office would really get someone to really do a good comprehensive thought out Navajo language presentation or keeping the community or the public updated of all the situation. You know that everybody is not on Facebook or email. Majority of our Navajo people lack those services. In the is on the internet, though downloaded online. But yet some of our community service established that on this that no that so it's just seeing that it's just intentionally being delayed for certain purpose. Bahanana seat or list I could recommendation could dig at the CIB office keeping it open, and then the public announcement in Navajo about this particular process. The regular schedule then it's the last minute that we try to provide information to the public or to the people that we represent at the chapter level. I think a lot of these need to be distributed at least a week or 2 weeks ahead of time, so that way people are more prepared to attend these sessions to resolve their situation. So what speaker
Oh, thank you, Honorable Calumbier. That, let me go back to Honorable Freeland. Are you there?
I'm here, Speaker.
Go ahead. Floor is yours, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you. Sorry about that earlier. Been on the road, and I just got done with one of my planning meetings earlier, so I couldn't talk earlier. I was doing my report, so my apologies, colleagues. Madam Controller, Mr. Shirley, the staff at OOC, Mr. Duncan, the staff at Vital Records, just want to say thank you to all the staff. And it's not a perfect situation. And you're doing your best with limited resources. You're doing your best with, what you have, and infrastructure-wise, we're challenged. Maybe if we had more resources. Okay. Maybe if we had more infrastructure and more resources, maybe then it would be a different situation. More fiber, more adequacy to broadband. These are the challenges, the reality that we face out here. And I speak of this because in Crown Point I have a 6 megabyte connection, and my daughter who lives in Albuquerque has a 150 megabyte connection, and that's not fair, to say the least. So there's different challenges, and it varies. Limited staff resources, having to pull staff away from their normal duties. I just think about it more and more, and I think as leaders we should take ownership of it as well. And we should have thought of other recommendations and maybe other solutions, and how we could have made this whole situation different. Offered you solutions. So I take responsibility on that. It's on me too. I brought up infrastructure. Maybe what we should have done was we should establish a contact center or a call center from the get-go. Have a call center established. Have all of our people contact the center directly. In the background, have OOC, Vital Records, working in the background to process all these checks, all the necessary paperwork in the background. In the meantime, having somebody answer these phones directly, not the staff, not to take them away from the direct jobs. Adequacy is important. Establishment of these channels of communication is important. Maybe what we should have done was establish that contact center and a call center, set it up, and then go from there, and have the call center work directly with the controller's office and with Vital Records and Vital Statistics directly. Having to pull staff from their normal job duties that's not the answer. Making or forcing staff to do jobs that they're being piled on, and we don't have enough help. That's what it comes down to. Another recommendation, another maybe solution is maybe have the checks distributed at the agency level. And I want to give a shout out to Felicia Singer at Crown Point Chapter. Felicia, if you're listening, thank you. She's sending in a lot of the calls that Crown Point Chapter is getting in, and she's been emailing them to Madam Controller, yourself, and to the ARPA email address too that's established. And I hope somebody's getting those messages. If you can please give us a response. He's doing a great job and a great service to our people in Eastern Agency. And maybe a point of contact or establishment is that all 5 agencies have a check distribution site. And maybe if it's at the hub chapters, I think that would be great too. So just thinking outside the box, speaker, yes, we could have done things differently. Yes, we could have offered better recommendations or solutions. Yes, we could have did things in a way that could have really been different. Yes, and I always think of when I went to a meeting last week and I sat with other tribes, and I thought, these other tribes really look up to us, and for us, they see the 3 words that represent us: the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation. That says a lot. And for us, it's something that's synonymous for other tribes to look up to us just by those 3 words. And yet internally we're like a hot mess. We're technically a hot mess. And I hate to say that so bluntly, but we are. And we're sitting on $1 billion. It's been 14 months now, and we can't even get it out. So just some thoughts outside the box today about the whole situation that we've been dealing with. And I'm sorry, but I've had five planning meetings today. I even saw a doctor, and now I'm on this call, and I'm trying to do my best with 8 chapters. But when you have constant contact by direct constituency from your area, you want to do everything that you can to help them. And what do we got to do next? How are we going to learn from this? What takeaways are we going to learn? I hope we never have to go through this again. But the establishment of a contact center and a call center, we should have maybe had that from the get-go. Just a recommendation for next time if we ever have to deal with this again. But Madam Controller, the staff at the Office of the Controller, you're doing your best. Thank you. The staff at Vital Records, thank you. We appreciate everything that you all are doing. It's not easy, yes, but each of us could take away something valuable and a very valuable lesson from this. So I just wanted to mention that much today, Speaker, because it's a lot. It is really a lot. It's a huge endeavor, and we don't have the resources. We don't have the resources for our own our own government. We don't have the infrastructure. And, I just wanted to mention that much today. But thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, let me go back to the lineup. I do have Honorable Otto So next. Honorable Otto So.
Mr. Speaker, you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Just give me, I'd say that the council done their work. We did our work, and we appropriated the funds, and the program and the entity and the executive branch really needs to get these things out. That's all they can say. And nahas mas nahalo kehi. Hopefully they do meet these concerns, meet these things, and we don't know how long it's going to take. I'm running out of excuses for the people, sir. I'm running out of excuses for OOC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Otto So. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Member Crotty, floor is yours. I'll go back to the sponsor after this.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. It's clear that there's just a different philosophy from what I'm hearing from my colleagues and how we respond to our people and their needs. And reminding everyone on this call, this was an emergency legislation. Emergency. How do we keep the office accountable and how they distribute emergency funds that we received on behalf of our people? Speaker, I'd like to see the contract of the acting controller to review what were those provisions, and so that we're accountable in terms of what were the duties assigned and who is making the decisions on to cut costs. I keep hearing we're saving or we're only spending this much to provide this service, and we've already, distribute over 75%. This is the problem with Window Rock. Window Rock is willing to cut corners, cut financial investment in our system, but it's our people who are getting neglected. It's our people who are forgotten. And all of us came to this council to say, no more. We are going to create an avenue for each one of our citizens to get hardship assistance if they apply. And I have not heard the solutions. The solution should be an emergency meeting, Office of President, Vice President, gathering all the division directors, gathering those 24 political appointees, man the phones, call the people, and be the public servant. I will volunteer. If you need help, my LDA can help. If there's a conflict of interest, me being a delegate to help. But that is what you do when there's an emergency. That is what you do when you need to provide relief to your people. We know the systemic issues. Funding to administrate these dollars nearly a year ago was allocated, $180 million. If the administration does not want to spend it to build up a system to meet the needs of our people, then that's the funding that should go to cover the rest of the hardship. And if the 2,000 plus citizens who are not going to be addressed, because I keep hearing, well, fraud is happening, well, this is happening. This is an emergency money during a pandemic. It's frustrating to hear that our on-the-ground folks, if you're overwhelmed, let's find a solution that could get us to what we need. And what we need is those checks to be issued. What we need is a better system so we're not telling folks to come into Window Rock. What we need is a better system, because I bet you if we would have put as a provision that our people would benefit from the interest that we're earning off of this money, people would be moving. We need, after this cannot just be another work session to raise issues that we all know. We need the acting controller's contract. We need to know who's getting funded to provide these administrative services. We also, as a council, then need to come together and say, if this is the best that administration can do, what can we do better to reach these 2,000 plus individuals who have been waiting since the Navajo Nation received this money last May? I'm walking away from this work session knowing that there's not a solid plan on how to reach our people. I'm walking away knowing all of the press releases, all of the social media posts, that means nothing in terms of leadership, what you did yesterday. When you think of leadership, integrity, and responsibility, it's what you're doing today and what you're going to provide for tomorrow. So that 75% does not count when we still have 2,000 or more relatives who are waiting. I like what was said at the Presidential Candidate Forum on Friday with the veterans. You do not leave your comrades in the battlefield. It took me a long time to process that. What does that mean? And for me, being non-military, being a Navajo Nation leader, caring for my people, that means we create a system that works for their benefit. We are here for them. And if that philosophy is different here in Window Rock, then we need to change it as a council. because there is no reason why anyone should have to physically come to Window Rock to pick up their check or to have documents verified. If I can Venmo money to Japan to my niece, if I can submit documents to the IRS, federal agencies with classified confidential information, there is a way that we can create better solutions for our people. And anyone who's still in the mentality that needs to see it in paper during a time of a pandemic, during a time of inflation, where $4.99 a gallon in Farmington for gas, increase in food, doubling of milk, chicken, meat, beef, and we're telling our people to come here to get what they rightfully have? No, that can no longer move forward. So I would like to see the contract. I think you did the best you can, Ms. Begay, with the system that you were given. No way in this negotiation and this council, we need a permanent controller. What are the steps that we need to get that controller found to meet the qualifications and then be responsible to the duties that they do to support and serve their people? That's the point that we're at. When we cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different solution and a different outcome. We have to be willing to change it, and we could change it mid-game. Anyone who was a coach, anyone who was a mentor, anyone who was a teacher knows that if your tools are not working, then you go and you look for others who can provide that. And we have Navajo professionals who have a background in finance, they have a background in IT, they have a background that can help alleviate this strain and drain, because our people deserve better. If a food box can be distributed during the height of the pandemic, goodness gracious, we should have a system that can meet their individual needs. And it's on us. That Vital Records Office, that's a 638 program that Navajo Nation said that they will administer that. If they need additional funding, we need to know. But they got $180 million collectively. We cannot say, what other resources do you need, Office of the Controller? You have 17 million. I just looked online. You've only maybe spent less than 10%, I would say, in about 12 months. And I think as council, we need to make hard decisions, keep individuals accountable, because we are creating a mental health disparity for our people. When that Phoenix, and nobody's talking about Phoenix. Nobody said, I created that. Nobody's saying I organized it. Nobody said, these were the people we were thinking about who would come. I have not heard that. You owe all of those people an apology. And nobody answered the question if you collected their information and how you're supporting them through getting them the services that they waited in line for. Nobody's answered that question that I've heard. And what I think is, if you're doing the best you can, you need to bring in other folks who can help organize. There's community organizations, there's a vibrant Phoenix community, and I want to thank Representative Blackwater, Nygren, Senator Hatofley, other non-Native, non-Navajo representatives who were out there giving snacks, out there giving pizza, out there making sure people were taken care of. That is on us as a council, because those are our constituents that we represent. And how are we going to make it better for them? If at a work session we do not have the opportunity as a directive, tomorrow Legislative Council, we would need a directive at Budget and Finance. And the directive would be, by the end of close of business day tomorrow, what is the plan to all of those remaining issues to be addressed? What is the accountability, and who is going to do it? And what resources are going to be provided? There's just nothing more I could say except I was trying to create a space where the individuals who need to make these decisions would have a solution. And the solution then is not saying, well, we're not going to go out there. So that's what we're hearing from Albuquerque. Well, we're just not going to go out there. That's not the solution. Make it better for them. You could go to a basketball game, you could figure this out. Because there's struggling families and they're asking us as delegates, please go to this office. I don't have gas money to go up there. Please, I just need a little bit, I just need a little bit of help to get me through. We're grateful, we're thankful. We don't even want to complain because then what if we don't get issued a check? And that's how our people see us as a government. And we have to change that. We have to change that philosophy. So we're talking two different philosophies here. And as a council, we need to put folks in there that have the same philosophy. Well, they'll be the public servant. They will help the family. They'll go the extra mile and at least have that compassion to know that it's been at least 6 months where these families have been waiting. And everyone who is involved should have regular debriefing meetings. There's facilitators out there. There's coordinators out there. I don't know how many people from the president's office are running for council delegates. I would say to you, fix this issue first. Fix what you have control of first. Do this for your people. Keep what you are being compensated for as a political at-will individual. Help your people with what you have the ability to do now as a political appointee of the president's office. All of those other 24, that should be what we all do together. And Speaker, I'm going to end there. I'm going to ask Chair Henyo and my colleagues at Budget and Finance, with the recommendations today, we make the directives. Legislative Council, review and give us an update. What is our power? What is our authority? And what do we need to start amending to get services out to the people? What do we need to do within the next 24 hours to make this right? What entities out there can help and support us? Who do we need to partner with? And if we could have that conversation when we have our report and any of the recommendations from this work session. And I just want to apologize. And I will take ownership for the role as a council delegate that I play to my relatives who waited in those long lines in that extreme heat. Your nation failed you that day. And as a representative of that nation, what we now can do is how can we get this right? How can we make amends? How can we make you feel that we heard you, we're listening, and we can do better? And that's my goal. So thank you, Speaker. If you could also help us with your office, your staff have helped us in understanding and getting the flow of complaints. This needs to happen, and to discount those 2,000 or more families, because we haven't even talked about the courts and families that are waiting to change their names on the birth certificate, families that are, trying to get their adoption finalized, trying to get their guardianship. We haven't even touched that. And those folks are coming in the next wave. But it's our system that's delaying it. So what then are we going to do? And I'll end there, Speaker. But I think it's partnerships. I think it's being authentically sorry and remorseful and going back to those families and saying and making sure they're doing okay. Doing a wellness check on those families. That's traumatic. That is an experience that we do not want to replicate. What did we learn from that? Where's the debrief? Where are the solutions? And we're not hearing that. I'm just hearing numbers. And numbers are fine, but it means nothing when a family's still waiting for an answer. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I yield back the floor. No questions. They won't be answered.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proud of you for that, those words and recommendations. Before I go back, the 3 recommendations that you add for contracts for the firms, and then also for the controller's contract, Chief staff will be working on that with Office Legislative Counsel to get that information. Colleagues, I'm going to go back to Madam Controller and her team if there's any follow or response, and then also to Mr. Mitchell. Madam Controller.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. First question from Honorable Elmer Begay regarding an elderly that we reported that we have issued the check but have not received the check. We do not have an answer to that as far as our record is concerned. We issued the check, so it's up to the post office to answer to that. But if our record says the check was issued, then we issued the check. Unless it was returned back to our office for incorrect address, or the elderly in particular is not the registered box holder, but I don't have a specific response why the ARPA recipient did not get the check when it has been issued by OOC. Regarding the 17 million ARPA budget that the Office of the Controller was awarded, yeah, it was budgeted for personnel and to upgrade the OOC accounting system. And of course, it takes time to issue the RFP. IT section within OOC is responsible in doing that. So we've been issuing RFP, and then we have the bid opening and all the process before we can engage the consultant in that. So we have to follow the process on that. Then Honorable Kialan Bigay's question regarding a regular information through the radio. Yes, we're working on that. We do not have an in-house public information officer. We're asked assistance from the Office of the President and Vice President on doing all these public information announcements, in addition, of course, to their own announcements. So we will work on getting our own public information officer if that will help in better information to the public. And the location and scheduling of this check distribution drive, I'll have Mr. Shirley respond to that. But before that, I would like to respond to Honorable Freeland's recommendation that all 5 agencies should have a check distribution drive. We will work on that, as well as establishing an office for each agency. Right now, there's one at the Tuba City or Western Agency, but we will work on establishing offices at the other 4 agencies. Delegate or Honorable Ottoso's question about, of course, about OOC not timely. Again, we issued 320,000 checks, and now we're down to 6,500 that we have to assess, and thereafter we're be able to assist all the CARES recipients. And for those that return mail, we're down to 2,200. And Honorable Crotty's recommendations that it is an emergency money during the pandemic. Just for clarification, the hardship assistance funding was approved by the council end of December and signed into law by President Ness and Vice President Leiser January 4th, 2022. And since then, we've issued 320,000 checks, and that's average of approximately 100,000 checks a month, starting in February. So that's a big accomplishment for the OOC, because in the past, we only issued like 5,000 checks a week. And we're not cutting any cost. When the council approved the hardship assistance program end of December, it will take months to do the RFP and to select a consultant. And since we're on a timeline and we have the Baker Tilly portal already for CARES recipients, we just decided to work with that and start issuing the ARPA hardship checks. But of course, we did not realize that the information on the portal needs a lot of work, a lot of corrections. So that's what happened. On top of that, then there's a lot of change of address that were submitted to our office. And let me transfer the floor to Mr. Shirley on the question from Honorable Naabik'íyáti about who made the decision on the location and scheduling of the check distribution drive. Go ahead, Mr. Shirley.
Okay, thank you, Madam Controller. The decisions on where these check drives occur are based on with the ARPA team. It's not a decision made in isolation by myself, but I talk with my ARPA team leads. And I mentioned earlier too, that one of the things we look at is the number of return checks for the agencies. And that's why I indicated previously that Tuba City and Shiprock were identified, because Western Agency has 534 checks and the Shiprock Agency has 842 checks. And so those are the ones we've identified. I think Central Agency was also mentioned as well too, but we only have 87. So that's how we make the decision. Again, it's not made in isolation. I talk with my team on where we should go. And we haven't excluded, going to a return visit to Albuquerque. I think it was something was mentioned that the decision was made not to go there. That hasn't been made at all yet, but we do want to isolate and focus on the Navajo reservation right now, because that's where a lot of the checks, the return checks are residing as well right now. And in regards to the updates in terms of how we identify or notify the public, we do work with KTNN and we do have a prepared announcement. So if there's an indication that we should also say it in Navajo, I believe they do that. But we also have someone in staff as well. We have several staff members who are willing to go to KTNN and make those announcements. And we do try to make the announcements a week ahead of time or 2 weeks. But in this case, we might make it, way ahead of time as well. And we do work with the chapter houses as well prior to the events that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Speaker. Listen, I think most of the questions were answered, but let me go ahead and from the OPVP, we'll follow up on Honorable Naabik'íyáti's comments and recommendation, which is to do a lot of these information to the public. Presentation Ishin Kudobus Benda Dignas OOC. Do the scheduling part the Gito. Do baby Kudilna well ahead of time. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I do have Che, Honorable Keelan Begay in the queue.
Yeah, this non say. To draw by Yates kit on me with no solid recommendation or a response. Istanshi, but now it's not on the could we take a step as a council? Let's take this upon ourselves. Take a week off from our schedule. Each of the area that we represent could Office of the Controller be able to be in the mobility position on a daily basis for almost maybe a week or something. So that way we come up with a schedule, and then Kodo speaker as a council, like for like additionally, I like to contact one of the school. I know they'll probably ask for some form of Kodo liability issue. That's the one thing that people don't realize is a lot of these things people just can't congregate on these different facilities. They have to have some insurance and some proper documentation has to be done. We could work on that this week to say that okay, I've secured, let's say for example, Mini Farms High School gym or the public school or the community school gym secured. Then somewhere in the western or we accommodate their location. That way, again, try to accommodate that people aren't waiting in line outside, maybe more of an inside. Look at schools that are closed. Look at school out. Although we can go further, I mean, going to Phoenix, Albuquerque, and these metropolitan. I mean, like I said this morning, can we contact the governor's office or whoever can able to accommodate us in securing one of the facilities, maybe even ASU. So we have the larger population of Navajo students going over there. Facility I mean, maybe, like I said, maybe the state task force can work on it. I mean, I can work on it. I mean, I can challenge myself to do that. So that way, again, the only way that this could happen is if we could all council need to get on here resources, give funding out. Basically, because in the bonnet, other project, whatever fees, maybe the speaker, we can allow for that to happen as well, to pay for some of these insurance fees or something. Other Kodo, set up I'm sure it needs to have a connection with the internet, have availability of that computer connection, printing that electricity. Go 2 weeks straight. Every single day na halong that speaker. But again, only if we could be able to get assurance that the Office of Controller is able to mobilize for about a week or 2 weeks to get this done. I mean, let's get it done. I mean, let it think about schedule the speaker. I want to make that recommendation to your office, and I'm willing to do what I can within my agency to secure maybe 1 or 2 locations. And then, of course, Phoenix, even in Phoenix, maybe in one location, then another location. Approach so it recommend non-slot speaker. So I think, like I said, we are all unseen. We're not even providing a recommendation or directive. I mean, it's okay. Again, I mean, if we've gone this far, given direction and not much is done, I mean, what good it would do for another directive to be asked for. I don't want to make the statement, but I believe that the office controller works at the pleasure of the council. I mean, we can take care of their lodging, and we can take care of their some of these areas. Speaker. So that would be my recommendation and my suggestion to the council for us to really take a step to help our Navajo people that are in dire need of getting their hardship check. So maybe legislative council could be able to look into the policy that was that the council had approved and signed into law. That this is what the council is able to do by policy, by Title II. We are the governing body of the Navajo Nation. Speaker. So that's my recommendation. Yeah.
Thank you for that recommendation. I think recommendation would have to be organized with the Office of the Controller in order to make that a possibility. And that recommendation is something that we can reach out to the Office of the Controller and see what her and her team are looking at over the next couple of days, because as indicated, tomorrow at the Budget and Finance Committee, it looks like this will be on the discussion table again for trying to develop a plan moving forward, a possibility of maybe a change in the game plan in order for that to be done. I think that's something that it would be thought of as a initiative that needs to be set up not only by, I think Madam Chair Amber Crotty said it best, by the leadership. And if that involves the acting controller, the president's office, the speaker's office, in order to initiate this, then that's something that can be put together. So our team members will be standing by on the call tomorrow at the Budget Finance Committee meeting to make sure that that could, whatever we have to do to make sure that our office is here to assist, we can make ourselves ready to be available. Honorable Kiambage. With that, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time? It seems like there's been a request for contracts for the 2 companies who have been working with the controller's office on this initiative. And I guess we'll put that in writing, Madam Controller, to get that information. And working together with Office of Legislative Counsel, there was a request too as well, Office of Legislative Counsel, to get the contract for Navajo Nation Controller and see what all details in there. And then as we know, getting that information, that's going to be probably something that's going to be distributed or won't be distributed. They probably just have to sign a document to say you want to look at what the contract is indicating. And I guess that's something to request we work with your office in order for us to go ahead and achieve that initiative. With that, colleagues, I know that there's a request tomorrow, and there's also a request that's probably going to be coming at NABI. It seems like Chairman Yazzie is going to be working together with all Office of Legislative Services to get that directive out. Seems like this will be a discussion topic too, as well as the oversight over the controller's office is the Budget and Finance Committee, which is meeting tomorrow, and looks like they'll be discussing this as well. Adding that on as a report and eventually adding on some directives moving forward. So it seems like this was an update specifically again on where what the status is of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, specifically on what is known as the Hardship Assistance program, and how it's been the distribution of it has been played out over the last couple months. It seems like there's 75% of all the Navajos in the entire world, not just within the Four Sacred Mountains, but in the entire world, has been able to get to that point of getting their assistance. Seems like there still needs quite some work in order for us to push together on trying to identify what needs to be done on further grasping information, whether that be from the controller's office, trying to identify what needs to be done on missing documents, trying to help individuals. It seems that there's been multiple recommendations to the controller's office today in trying to advocate to move more funding towards advancing and getting more of the identified dollars to help assist, whether that's creating new numbers so individuals can call in, or creating new opportunity for jobs, and also hiking up that opportunity with Ms. Fowler's office, see that what we can do to help increase the overall aspect of individual temporary positions, pay, and I guess their benefits too as well, whatever they would need in order for them to feel compensated and actually wanting to do the job for the people. And in that aspect too as well, I think that that's something that I would think is going to be definitely going to be on tomorrow's report. And at this time, before we get anything further, I just want to see if Madam Controller, if you have anything further else to close, since there's nobody else wanting to speak at this time. But if there's anything else you'd like to say, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Mitchell for closing too as well. Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to emphasize that we already expend 95% of the money that was budgeted for ARPA Hardship Assistance Program, and we only assisted 75% of enrolled Navajos. So we need additional funding to accommodate all these new enrolled Navajos, as well as Navajos that did not apply for the CARES and now applied for the ARPA hardship. So the 120 million that was included on that ARPA bill, that 008622, will assist us in providing assistance to all these new enrollees and other Navajos that did not get the CARES but would like to request for the ARPA hardship assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go to Mr. Mitchell, representing OPVP this evening.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Arasnandai kudo chikaitsi ado and kudo ban yasil ishin eya kudo bindilness kudo Office of the President, Vice President, Controller's Office, also Human Resources Office. other offices that is out there within the Navajo Nation. Kato 75% itahat ninigiya. 25% ato tahat ninigi. So ishe kato it ilnik. Sunan ano shanigi. Ado kahat na hidi nido li hidi todichi nitsta. Ado shin bas shin kia ani da sitse. Naga ni da sinal. Apita kaiko shin kato kahat on hidi nido li kato. Thank you, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much with that information, Mr. Mitchell, and thank you, Madam Controller, to you and your team for being giving the report today, and thank you to colleagues, members of the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, and everybody listening in. I think want to make sure to thank everybody who was part of the discussion today, specifically in wanting to understand more of what we needed to do better in order to help assist Navajo people in receiving their ARPA funds. I also want to thank at this time the radio stations, KTNN 660 at 101.5 FM, KGAK 1330, KNDN 960 AM, KABR 107.5 out there in Alamo, New Mexico, Dene College Radio, KXWR 92.1 FM, Navajo Technical University Radio, KCZY 107.3 FM, for having the time for the to go ahead and listen to the controller's report this afternoon too as well. Thank you for allowing us to have that airtime to all the radio stations out there. And then also thank you to the listeners and everybody. I hope this it clarified some of the hardship assistance program, but most importantly, as you can tell, there's going to be further recommendations coming down, not only from what we have said, what we need to get done here at the Speaker's office to provide that information publicly, but and then also making sure that the follow-up comes down to as well. If there's going to be a corrective change in the program, or if there's going to be any new initiatives and recommendations, which there was a number of them that was recommended today to the controller's office. So thank you, colleagues, members of the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, and thank you again for the presenters to be here with us in trying to open up the dialogue in order for us to go ahead and get this thing out in the forefront so that we can go ahead and talk about it and make sure that there's direct changes that need to be placed in order to make sure that the flowing of these checks are able to meet the needs of the Navajo people. So without further ado, colleagues, time now is 6:37 p.m. We'll go ahead and close this session out. Again, thank you to everyone for being on the line this afternoon. Also, I think Miss Fowler, thank you for being on the line. Mr. Duncan, thank you, and everybody else that participated too as well. Yeah, have a good evening. Safe travels if you're on the road. We'll see you when you see you. Go now.
Thank you. Yeah.